Ladies and gentlemen, oh, that hurts. Oh, welcome to I'm in Pain. I am your host, Pain. Let's go hit the stores. So, I was thinking about this here, and I decided to go ahead and give negatives, which obviously means I hate women, because that's how that works, right? Um, sorry. I commented on Voyager for several years, and I got a lot of that in my stream, or in my YouTube channel. But no, for real, the pacing of Act 2 sucks. I've decided to go ahead and give it a double negative, one on gameplay, one on story. Because, honestly, the game is tight and interesting, and has good banter, and has interesting dungeon and cool enemies, and it's not too long, it's not too padded. And then we had Act 2, and Act 2 is, alright, hit the park, which took a while, then hit the mountains, which took a while, boss fight, then hit the like, floating ruins, whatever, and then there's another boss fight. And that probably doesn't sound like a long time. That was most of yesterday's second shift. That's like 4 hours of two and a half dungeons. And I was not a big fan of that. And I just got completely disengaged from the game at a certain point. That's why we started talking about everything else other than the game. That's why we paused to discuss Chrono Trigger music for like 20 minutes. Because I needed the mental stimulus. Now, how do we fix that? How is that something that can be repaired? I don't think it's really feasible to fix that without like gutting certain parts of the game. However, if you want a patch fix, the answer is what you do is you change the leveling curve a little bit, or the actual power progression curve, one of the two, to make it so that less of the experience that we gained was required, which means you could skip more encounters, which means it would have taken less time. That's it. That's really the patch fix. Everything else there would just require overhauling a fairly large amount of stuff. So, we have reached the western town of robots and undead. Oh yeah, by the way, I was talking this game up to PAX last night, and he was like, well, what's it like? Like, give me something that's like, I was like, Earthbound. And I didn't really mean that comparison until I said it. But the moment I said it, I was like, yeah, this is an Earthbound game. You know the type. No judgment, by the way. Earthbound has a particular vibe and tone to it, both in gameplay and in story, since it's functionally a Dragon Quest game. And a lot of games have been trying to be, have been inspired by or been leaning towards the same concept of being an Earthbound game. Some of them succeed, most of them don't. But this is an Earthbound game. I'm still not sure I trust you, but our town's in your debt for saving Glyph. Make yourselves at home, I guess. We'll talk strategy in the morning. I mean, it's a town of undead and robots in the Old West. On a floating continent. Eastward was definitely an Earthbound game, or trying to be. I don't think it fully succeeded, to be honest. My name's Crud. I know what you're thinking. What kind of cruddy name is Crud? I like it, though. Keeps me humble. Nice to meet you, Crud. What you doing there in the dirt? Just chilling. Nice. Okay. Alright, Mr. Red. Thank you very much. As always. You gotta give me a second, though. Because I still can't alt-tab from this freaking game. So we'll put that towards Dead Rising. R. Is that a 6? Well, I don't know. Hang on. What's your badge say now? It does say 6 years now. Damn. Alright. Are you sure you want your anniversary stuff to go towards Dead Rising, Legend of Spyro, and Shadowheart's Covenant? Are you sure, you sure, you sure? Please hit yes to confirm. You have accepted donating your organs to the Lorewalker Relief Fund. Thank you for your donation. Reacquisition bots will be by to see you shortly. J. Palmer has donated too much money. Please discontinue all donations immediately. Let's see. Hello, SPV3. Sky Odyssey. Please choose the top 3 sauces you would like your organs to be served with. I did it, J. Palmer. And thank you very much, J. Palmer. Always appreciate. Always appreciate. Thank you. You know, well, I'll talk about it in a second. Let's hit the shop, shall we? What do we got? What do we got? Oh, jeez, that's a lot of new stuff. Okay. That's too much stuff. Hang on. I'm not going to buy a map. I don't care that much. I'm going to buy a few potions. So I have some bombs, because that's what that really means. X-Sponge reduces your experience gain by 90%. Wavemaker and Chronomancer. So that teaches slow-mo, speed up, time heal some wounds, and payback time. That one teaches Bubble, Drizzle, Multi-Bubble, and Geyser. Well, I obviously want both classes. Well, according to the inventory thing itself, I'm telling you, it was just last week, Mr. Ray. Reduces experience gain by 90%. Useful for party members who are over-leveled or a self-imposed challenge. Okay, so hang on. Ah! God damn, navigating this stupid menu. Okay. So let's try to give her Chronomancer, see what that works out. And Allison's actually doing fine with Spellblade, but let's try a Wavemaker just to see what happens. And we'll just stick with that for a moment. I really should buy gear. Okay, I was thinking about a chill panel, but I really need gear. I am super behind on gear. So, okay, so these are all weapons. So that's a little better magic, I think, for Melody. The Ruby Spear would be good for Jody. Hang on. No. No. Oh my god, come on, Gabe. Okay, so you have the second-hand staff, which raises magic by 10. Okay. So she has a magic by 10. It's kind of irritating. It doesn't tell me this in the menu. Claire has magic by nothing. She has no helmet. Okay. So magic by 10. So there's a magic by 18. Which, yeah, we'll grab that. Do I want to grab 2 of them? Yeah. So let's grab 2 cactus wands. And then a spear for Jody. Wait, hang on. Yes, a spear for Jody. And I think that... So that's it for weapons. So hang on. So let's... I'm not doing super great. I've been killing all these enemies. I'm still not doing super great on gear. Okay, so cactus wand. And by gear, I mean money. We'll give you the cactus wand. We'll give you the spear. Now let's get rid of gauntlets. And those are... So, hats. Cowgirl hat or magic, which I already have. So, honestly, all I need at that point is 2 cowgirl hats. We'll buy 2 of those. Android armor. That's actually really good magic defense. Wow. So, we'll get 1 of those for Melody. It's expensive as hell. Cute raincoat. Halves electric damage. Are you gonna be doing your best dwarven accent for Claire, Brakewood? It's a real question. Okay, so... Oof. Do I want 4 more defense, or do I want 7 more magic defense? Let's go with magic defense. I think that's the safer bet, because it's still a good defense upgrade. Okay, so the Brace Yourself bracelet. Okay, Mana Saber. Reduces cost of all spells by 25%. Let's see. Right back at you. 25% chance to counterattack. Keeps you from being frozen. Keeps you from being poisoned. So, hang on. Let's do... Cowgirl hat. So she has no charm. No offense intended. Raincoat. She's getting the Mana Saber. She's getting Cowgirl hat. And the Raincoat. So she has the take more health. So I think I might put that on her. She has the Powerhouse Pen, which she's not getting rid of. So that just means... Let's go ahead and buy 2 of these. And just in case, we'll buy some anti-freeze and some anti-poison, because I've played Final Fantasy VII before. Yeah. Okay. I don't even know what that is, J. Palmer. That's a Renpy game. So let's get rid of the cardboard box, sports helmet, the grindcore tees. Sorry, Mr. Red. And... oh. Maybe, J. Palmer? I don't know. It's out of date. We'll get rid of that. I'll leave all the accessories. Okay. I'm gonna hold on my books for now. I'm cautious. Possibly stupid. Please tell me stench core is not a real thing. I'm referred to as Doc. Are you in need of healing? Oh wow, it's nice to meet a fellow healer. Ah, my apologies. It would appear you are still alive in the traditional sense. My magic will be of no use to you. My abilities are more necromantic in nature. Ah. As you can imagine, this is a quite useful set of skills to have in a town populated by the undead. Different people have different needs, I suppose. Precisely. Very logical. Hey, Jack. I see you 3 become a party of 4. You know my friends? I'd like to think we're good acquaintances. Maybe I even taught him a thing or 2. But it's all a day's work for this wandering gunman. By the way, do you notice he has his bat wings draped over him like he's got the poncho? What's with the getup? It's a good thing you said not to be rude, because otherwise I'd take offense to that mess. This is the uniform of a desperado with no laws or obligations to hold him back. Like an adventurer. Pretty sure we have lots of laws holding us back, actually. Ha! Adventure, huh? I like the sound of that. But no, you may discover that I am unemployed. Hey, adventurers drop some valuables when they get roughed up by the baddies out here. Someone's got to pick them up. It's a living. Isn't it hot wearing such a big cape in this weather? These are my wings. Besides, never underestimate a good weighty cloak to give you shade and keep you from getting heat stroke. True, this heart of mine keeps me fresh as a spring breeze, even in the blistering summer sun. I'm pretty sure that's because you enchanted it, Claire. What's your point? That's the money. Don't want to do something foolish like wearing anything metal in a heat like this. I'm right here. Okay, yeah, sure, whatever. Congrats, Mr. Ed. You're way ahead of me on that. I actually need to finish leveling. Good news. Starting today, leveling just got boosted again. Seriously. Howdy, I'm Fanta. Fanta the flower. Sorry. Y'all must be here as I heard so much about. That's us. Y'all joined your stay? Yes. We really appreciate having a cozy place to rest on our mission. Why, it's wonderful. We don't have much in the way of amenities, but we're proud of what we have here. Y'all have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer. I'm sort of the one-woman welcome wagon around these parts. So you got anything? Where are we? Let's see, where are we? Celestial Wastelands, a floating landmass hovering above the ocean, a few miles from the Sapphire Islands. Ah, so we didn't travel that far after all. But from Greenridge. Still there's a lot of room for questions, though. How come we never seen this place floating in the sky before? How come we see the ocean below us? For whatever reason, the wasteland's hidden with a field of magical energy. That's the green sparkly stuff you see up there in the sky. Makes us invisible from the outside, and most pilots tend to steer clear to avoid electrical interference. Of course, some folks know we're here, so we get curious adventurers like yourselves from time to time. I heard this explanation yesterday, I'm still not sure I completely get it. I try not to think too hard about it. Anyway. So, you're zombies? Yes, ma'am. I had no idea it was possible to bring people back from the dead. Where'd you guys come from? I'm afraid I'm not sure myself. Actually, none of us are. We all just got woken up one day and found ourselves here in the wasteland. Can't recall nothing about our first lives. Interesting. Sounds like there's even more mysteries afoot than we thought. Yeah, we needed a place to stay, though, so we got together and built Mumford out of the available junk. Rest is history. Okay, what's with the cowboy stuff? Oh, it's just entertaining. I could drop the accent if you want. It's totally fake. No, by all means, you do you. Thank you kindly. I take it you're a big fan of westerns. Nope. We hate most of them, actually. We found a big stash of cowboy movies in the ruins for some reason. After a bunch of movie nights stuck watching cowboys, we thought it'd be fun to replicate them. I mean, we got the perfect location for it. And if the shoe fits, well, like I said, Earthbound. You can only do something ironically for so long before it becomes genuine. Ain't that the truth? So here we are. Some of us are more into the roleplay than others. Yeah, I don't see how Neff's mummy thing fits in thematically. Neff likes to do her own thing. Actually, I thought about trying different things. Maybe put it up for a vote. I don't got much better to do. Ooh, a sci-fi theme would be fun. You have a lot of robot friends around here. See, that's what I thought, but the robot said it was too on the nose. What's with all the machines? No clue. All this stuff was here before us. All seems positively ancient. Could have been here for decades or centuries. Heck, maybe all this stuff is pre-Fortuna. You really think all this might be over 1,000 years old? Well, not all of it. But the robots and stuff over the canyon walls? Who knows? Well, I got a personal theories on what the machines do, though. My theory is a big strip mining operation designed to extract everything of value from this hunk of floating land. I think I've played that game. Some of my neighbors have more fanciful theories, though. Maybe ask them. Thanks for the info. Interesting. Oh, hang on. We weren't actually done here. I just... around. I think that might be the most generic company name I've ever heard of, Judo Joker. Oh, hello. You must be the travelers I've been hearing about. I'm Florence. What you doing over here? This is Mumford's community garden. It's hard to make actual plants grow here, so to liven up the scenery, I started making plants out of scrap metal. Wow. So all the palm trees and cacti I've seen in your work as well? They are. They really enhance the atmosphere, I think. Actually, all the cacti in the desert are part of a big sensor array Ipsy set up to keep an eye on feral robots. In exchange for helping her with that, she gives me a lot of scrap metal for my personal projects here. Very cool. We'll get you back to that. Let's get back to that. Howdy. Welcome to the Mumford Inn. I'm Senna. Because she's a cactus. And... hello, how much will 2 rooms run us? Oh, they don't actually take money here, Melody. They don't? They just charge me like 2,000 gold for gear. No, not much use for it up here, really. Vendors outside only need gold so they can restock for travelers such as yourselves. Instead of paying gold, I'd just like you to share a story from your adventures on the surface. Oh, let's see, a story, huh? Once upon a time, there was this guy named Cecil. He was a dumbass. Then he was like, wait, I've decided to grow a brain, and I'll spend all my life trying to redeem myself for my dark actions. And he walked away from the dark and into the light and became mind-controlled by this dude named Themis, or if you prefer, Zenos. Sorry, I think you're getting the story mixed up. Shut up, it's my story. Tell it how I want. FF4 rewrite. No, so my big guess was going to be crypto or LLMs, but if I have to guess, it's not those. It's the most generic thing that could possibly sell. Business solutions. I don't get to head down there very often, you see, and adventure types always have such interest in tales to tell. How generous of you. So I'm going to share a story. Other guests today will be a tough act to follow. Other guests? Oh yeah, I'd heard Mumford Savior is back in town. Me, Jody. I mean, I have helped out around it, but I can't imagine I've done as much as the Savior person. I know Jody's been a big help lately, but Mumford simply wouldn't exist if not for our Savior. I suppose you haven't heard the story yet. Words don't really do her justice, though. You should meet her yourselves. Oh, I'm sure you have some amazing stories to tell, too. Just make yourself comfortable in the lounge when you're ready. Okay. Oh, this place is cozy. Wait, is that... Mom? Oh, wow, Judo Joker. Yeah, Mook is correct. Business solutions is a very... It's like... Hang on. I think it's 4 steps removed from what we used to call it, because this type of concept does exist forever. It is exactly what it sounds like. It's when you hire people to come in and become, you know, consultants in order to screw over a company. I mean, increase profit by reducing costs, aka fire people. That's what it really means. And let me tell you, just a little pro tip: if you need to hire someone to fire people, you're doing something wrong. All right, Allison. Aw. What are you doing all the way out here? I was heading back to Greenridge after finishing up my last job. Figured I'd check in on the things on my way. I never thought I'd run into you in a place like this. You really are a hotshot adventure now, huh? Yeah, something like that. Hi, Miss Galetta. Melody. Work's been keeping me away from Greenwich lately, so I think this is the first time we've spoken face-to-face since I heard the big news. You've been keeping my baby girl out of trouble? I mean, if I was, we wouldn't be up here, would we? Ha! Good point. Well, I couldn't be happy for the two of you. Am I hearing that right? Are we lucky enough to have Mumford Savior and her daughter with us today? Yeah, this is Allison's mom. Wait, you're the Savior she was talking about? Something like that. I was just in the right place at the right time. It's all ancient history at this point. Humble as always. Anyway, make yourselves at home. We'll begin shortly. Begin what? Oh, here we go. So I freed the hostage. We're running down the corridors, dodging ice bolts till we round a corner and see the door to the garage. I lock the door behind us before the Duke's goons can catch us, but only buys us maybe a minute or two. They'll bust that down door in no time. That's when I see our ticket out of there. The boss's prized muscle car. You didn't. Oh, I did. I duck into the driver's seat and start racking my brain to remember how to hotwire a car. You've got a very interesting skill set, Miss Golota. I try to be a jack of all trades. You never know when a skill's going to be handy in a mission. Anyway, I just barely managed to get the car started. We take off right as the goons breach the door. With that, home free. So yeah, that was Monday. Hey, we've seen that car. Yeah, that was the car we saw parked out of the docks on the way here. I may have kept it. There's a little reward for my troubles. Figured that creep owed me after blowing up my previous ride. Dang, that's a pretty huge upgrade over the minivan. Yeah, rest in pieces. What an incredible story. Ah, you always say that, Senna. And it's always true. Listen, Judo Joker, I ain't here to judge. I'm not. I'm actually really not here to judge. See you around, Jay Palmer. Have a good one. So what about Allison here? I'm sure as the protege of a hero like Amalia, you must have tons of stories of your own to share. Huh? Oh. Well, I haven't been at this for very long, so... Let's talk about the Core Guard. What about the Core Guardian? Oh man, where do we begin with that one? That whole dungeon was, like, indescribable. And the thing we ended up fighting was, like, I'm not exactly sure what it was. Some kind of AI, maybe? It was pointy and floaty. And this with all these different moves. What a vivid mental image. Sorry, I guess you had to be there. Like I said, I don't know if I have the best stories. It's funny you say that, Blade Default, because I always say I'm not here to judge, but I am absolutely here to judge. Anyways, don't be hard on yourself, Alice. You're still new at this. Hey, I got one. I can tell the story of how Faith and I started dating. Love is an adventure in and of itself. Seems like kind of a personal story to be sharing with a stranger. No offense, Senna. Oh, no. Me and Senna go way back. You? When did you even meet? Last night. We really hit it off the first time I stayed here. Jody. Oh, regarders, Claire and I are from Bridgeport. I needed a change of pace from the big city life after high school, so I moved to Greenridge. Oh, you're a Frankie, aren't you? Nah, I don't care. A couple years later, I'd just gotten out of a relationship that, didn't quite work out. It's quite an amicable breakup, but any breakup's going to be a bummer. I just tried to focus on my work as an apprentice blacksmith to get my mind off things. And one day, this girl comes in looking for commission for some custom armor and a lance. Is the guttle Faith? I'm getting to that part. Yes, it was Faith. She got her heart set on becoming the next guardian of Greenridge, and she knew she needed the top-of-the-line gear for a job like that. I already kind of knew her since she'd been friends with Melody and Allison since they were kids. But she's always busy, so we hadn't had many chances to talk. We hashed out the details of what she wanted. I could tell right away she had an eye for craftsmanship. She was passionate about the work. I could also tell she had an eye for me. Ooh, scandalous. I guess at that point I wanted to impress her, so I really poured my heart and soul into her gear. I made it my finest work. As I was working on it, she'd drop by every day. I always said she was just there to check my progress, but I knew she was too busy for that to be true. We'd chat while I worked. I already felt like we'd known each other forever. And then after I finally finished her gear, Faith knew she didn't have a good excuse to drop by anymore. So she just asked me out. And I guess the rest is history. It was a wonderful story, Jody. To be young and in love. Man, I've never been either of those things. Kidding. I've just been thinking about Faith a lot these past couple of nights, I guess. Hope everything's okay back in Greenridge. Yeah, we're going to get back, and Greenridge is going to be on fire. Remember, no phones, so whatever's happening down there, we don't know. We're here to make sure it's okay. Yeah, no, it's on fire. Faith is dead. Well, it's getting late. We should probably turn in for the night. Dissolving into the void as opposed to on fire. So is Allison getting any better? No. But then again, she hasn't done much lately. So let's go heavily make out. Okay. Nope, still don't like her. It's always nice when you get to catch up with your friends, Allison. How long are you going to be in town? Oh, I was just stopping by to check on things before I head back to Greenwich for some R&R. Things are usually pretty quiet up here, but I feel like I got a responsibility to look out for them, given our shared history. Yeah, about that. What's with the whole savior thing? Seems like you're really popular around here. Trust me, it's a long story and it's not as exciting as Senna makes it out to be. I'll fill you in some other time, when you're less busy. Okay. Oh, hey. And single carrot. Vibrating. Okay. Oh, I'm ready, Judo Joker. I'm ready. Multimedia, LLC, is a leading provider of innovative online platform and service with, such and such, as our flagship product. Our platform empowers independent broadcasters to engage with their fans through live streaming chat, community forums, and exclusive digital content. As pioneers in live streaming, citation needed, we push the boundaries of technology to citation needed to deliver secure, scalable, and immersive experiences that impact over 100 million active users worldwide. Wow. I'm gonna buy more frickin' potions. Screw it, I can afford it. I want my bombs. For real, though. Like, no judgment. Whatever. Do whatever. You know what I would actually do? Real talk. You know what I would actually do, Judo Joker? See how well they treat their workers. Right? Their sex workers, their tech workers. Just how good of a company it is to work at. If they're one of the better ones, cool. If they abuse or misuse or look down upon or do any of the crap, screw them. That's what I would do. Legit. Yeah, what's their turnover rate? That's always, even if you can't get anything else, looking at a company's turnover rate will tell you a lot. No, that's the negatives, Evo. There's like, nothing's really been happening because the pacing. Oh my God, stop putting your clothes on the floor! Jesus Christ, Allison. Hey, looking at your phone. Did your reception come back? Huh? No, I'm just checking it out of habit. You okay, dear? You seem tense. Don't worry about it. You got enough on your plate right now without worrying about my crap. Worrying about your crap is kind of my job. I don't know. I'm just thinking about my mom, I guess. Aren't you happy to see her? You love your mom. She's your hero, isn't she? I know. It's just a lot to live up to sometimes. She's literally these people's savior. Meanwhile, I'm struggling to pay rent and cast basic spells. Plus, like, I wanted to see her again on different terms. Like, I want her to be proud of me. Your mom's always been proud of you, Allison. She could be prouder. Well, that's kind of a mess right now. I don't want this to be the mental image she has of my adventuring career for the rest of her life. You know, sometimes I think about changing my last name just so fewer people compare me to her. Part of me wants to make a name for myself instead of having to live up to that, you know? It's understandable, I suppose. It's just a thought, though. I don't know, I'm just rambling. You're always rambling. It's part of your charm. Citation needed. You know, as far as names go, Allison Amaranth doesn't sound too bad. The alliteration makes you sound like a superhero. Exactly. Hey, you ever wonder... Maybe we should get some sleep before we launch into a 30-minute discussion of what we'd be like as superheroes. Yeah, good call. Who knows what we'll be up against tomorrow. Thanks for being here for me, though. I didn't mean to make you worry. Like I said, that's my job. Night, babe. Love you. Love you, too. Hug, snuggle, sleep. Death to Allison. Stab. You deserve better, Melody. So let's see. Allison's a screw-up at work. Quit her job on a lark. She's kind of rude to basically everyone she meets. And she's a slob. Now, I haven't decided. You notice there's a question mark by it, Darkrai. I haven't decided if she's fully a bad character yet. But so far, she is not a good character. Okay, so. Boy, you also took your time with breakfast. You ready yet? Yep, we're all refreshed and ready to go. You said you had some leads? Cool. So there's this big facility in the northwest corner of the wasteland. Used to sneak in there to throw secret parties with my buddies. See the big cube? Is it near the big cube? It is, in fact, near the big cube. It's real easy to get there now that the paths in and out of town are all open again. Just a hunch. There's been a lot of suspicious activity around there recently. It's almost like there's another dungeon there. Yes, by the way, that's our third dungeon basically in a row, if you're paying attention. No way. Like Claire said, we dealt with Javis before. We know what to expect. I don't want to subject anyone else to that madness if you want to. Besides, Mom can keep eye on Mumford while we're gone. Well, I'm shocked to hear Allison agree with me on something. She has a point. Alright, I just want to be sure before we head out. Yeah, a game that has a character that's bad and acknowledges it, that's different than a game that has a character that's bad and doesn't. Not that I'm aware of, BB Good Fate. Speaking of dungeons... Yeah, the game has been letting us make up our own mind, which is fine, because I've already made up my mind. Ah, here we go. Hey, yeah. Yeah, the place I was talking about is just past the spike bit. And you're positive this is what Jarvis has been hiding. Positive. This place has Jarvis written all over it. Meet you up ahead. I think I know how to get you in. Instant encounter. Yeah, I saw that coming. Wasting my resources. Well, you get my point, though, Evo. I mean... I'm trying to think of a really good classic example of this. Ugh. And, of course, I'm blanking on anything that's classic. Kain, from Legacy of Kain. But yeah, I agree with what Bladewell said. What Allison needs is a character arc, you know? She needs something to move her forward, because nothing has yet. Even Melody has had an arc. I guess Melody's our principal character. Let's do... Did you like it, Off the Deep End? And bonus question, have you played the new version? Let's kiss, and let's try out a new water spell. So what do we got? That is a lot of mana and 2 stars. Jeez. Really, Chill Pangolin? Where do you stand on that? Okay, so speed up. Normal attacks twice per turn. Heal all allies for a 8th? 16th? 50% of their HP for every turn for 4 turns. So 60% heal total. Makes it easier to dodge your attacks. And that arcane mess that turns the tide about deals damage at lower HP, never misses. Actually, let's have her instead. Yeah. And let's do... And let's have you... Probably Judo Joker. I've actually seen the Allison archetype before. This is one of the better iterations of it. That's why Allison is not yet a negative, because in many cases, Allison would already be multiple negatives. It's the archetype of, well, yeah, I'm a slob, and I'm a loser, and I don't take anything seriously, but, you know, my heart's in the right place. You know the type. I mean, the Bard guy I could never think of the name of over in the Witcher series is a good example of this. Yeah, it's very easy to screw that up. Yeah, Zephyr Breeze is a good example of a terrible example of this type of character. And yes, Dandelion. That's exactly it. Well, yeah, the difference is, so a lovable idiot is, but, you know, likable. This is more, rather than an idiot, this is supposed to be a lovable... I'm trying really hard not to say the word loser. I'm struggling, because it really is the perfect terminology for it. It's someone who... Allison's a loser. She is lazy and irresponsible by deliberate choice. Right? No part of her is like being forced into this. This is not her life. They're not unpleasant circumstances. She does not have a bad job. She doesn't have a bad boss. She's just a loser. She has a great, loving, and supportive mother. You get it. Let's do... God, this is a weird one. Well, let's try out Geyser. Let's see how this works out. Is that a single target? 40% and a 30 MP for a single target attack? Okay, well, let's try it. I want to see how it works. Yeah, Spike, whenever he doesn't have the brain. Let's just do this. Wipe that out. And barrier yourself. Jesus Christ. 2 stars and 30 mana. I know she has low MP. While weak, and only did 300 damage. Good God. Whatever. And yeah, if I was actually friends with Melody, I'd be like, look, it's not my job to tell you who you love and who you spend your time with. That's you. I respect you, blah, blah, blah. You could do better than Allison. And then Melody would say, I could fix her. And then I'm like, oh, okay. And then I would stop being friends with Melody. And I'd never talk to her again. Melody does have low self-esteem, and that's dangerous, to say the least. Let's pull some mana back. Let's... Look, you want to have a harmful relationship, that's on you. But I'm old enough at this point in my life that I've sat back and let those just kind of be. And bad things have happened when I've done that. So I'm not willing to just kind of let that happen anymore. That's a good point, Lord Harriman. That would be funny if there's like a story arc later where we like gain actual self-esteem and just start shrekking. Because, you know, our power comes from our own belief in ourselves. No, they're not at the point of toxic relationship yet. That's the tricky part. So let's re-swap these. So Wave Maker is totally useless. Let's go back to Spellblade. Chronomancer's nice. Let's give you Alchemist. See how that works out. Why do you think Melody's dating Allison? I have no idea. Melody has never said anything that she actually likes about Allison. You on the list? Might be. Name's Neff. Your boss tried to recruit me the other day. Wait, what? Let's see here. Yep, there you are. Welcome, Miss Neff. Glad to see you join us after all. I'm allowed to be guests. My friends here want to join your cause, too. We don't just roll with it. You know, they kind of look like those animal folks Lord Javis told us to keep an eye out for. Yeah, we get that all the time. Well, if they're with the mummy, I guess it's okay. We can head on inside. Quite possibly, Blade Duval. I like how it's just got Javis scrolled over in, like, chalk or something. So, Dungeon 3. More or less in a row. This is that Javis guy I've heard so much about. Oh, well, a hologram of him. There's a message. Let me read it. Attention, everyone. We hope you're coming acclimated to your new surroundings. We'll be holding a strategy meeting at noon. Attendance is mandatory. ID badge required for admittance. Refreshments may or may not be served. Dang, you do a good Javis impression. Hurt my throat if I talk too much like that. That meeting sounds like the perfect opportunity to find out what Javis is up to. You said you need an ID badge. There should be one somewhere here, right? Get ID badge. At the club. Is it because she's a bunny, Chill Pangolin? Or is it because she's obviously the youngest one here? I'm with Lord Harriman. This is probably Melody's first relationship. I mean, all these women are into women, so it's hard to lust after any of them. But if you put a gun to my head, I'd probably go with Melody. Hey, this place is different from how I remember it. Music's pretty good, though. I'm gonna scout things up soon. You go ahead and do your adventure stuff. We'll talk later. Okay. That looks like I could go under it. Okay, I'm imagining I'm trans. Wait, am I a trans guy or girl? And there's some more glitchy stuff happening, consequently. Really into the glitch thing for their Javis motif. Okay, I am a trans girl who is into women, as it happens. Yeah, Melody. Oh, shoot. Okay, so we've got Batbot and the Chromatic Colossus. Yeah, about that Earthbound thing. Yeah, so there's actually a term for that, Chill Pangolin, or at least there used to be. Nowadays, it's considered an offensive term because its definition has drifted. But the male version of it is still considered the same terminology it used to be. The male version of it is himbo. Let's go ahead and buff her. Actually, yeah, no, let's go ahead and buff her. And taunt, as usual. Yes, Star Wars. Also, hi, Star Wars. I agree with Mr. Red, by the way. Like, I'm not sure if... I'm not even sure if Fry qualifies. I guess he does. But the thing is, Fry starts off as the lovable loser. And does everything in his power to pull out of that. The example that Darkrai gave is a perfect encapsulation of what I'm talking about. Fry could have had it made and decided not to because it wasn't him. Even when faced with the possibility of getting the woman he's been lusting after for years at that point, he still rejected it on the basis of the fact that it wasn't him. That's pretty much the definition of not a loser. Having said that, it's entirely likely that that episode is the crux point for when he goes from loser to not loser. That's the peak of the arc right there. Succubus? Oh, no. Bimbo. Jacked, dumb, and lovable, right? I keep having nothing to do on Melody. And you're probably thinking, that's not what that means. Like I said, the definition has drifted over time. Let's assume they're weak to lightning. Yeah, see, the problem is it's a positive character trait. The whole point of the bimbo and the himbo is that there's someone that you actually like. They're lovable. That's the first step. Yeah, She-Ra is a bimbo from She is a bimbo. But actually, no, sorry, you're right, Evo. Scorpia is a bimbo. Much better example. That's a straight up textbook bimbo. Great character, by the way. Whatever. Adora is also a bimbo, though. I'm just gonna say that. Look at how many buffs I have on Allison. Jesus. And that's why she's doing 1,000 damage right now per round. Riku, if she was actually lovable. Oh, Jesus Christ. Chill Pangolin. Yeah, Barbie, honestly. Especially in the Barbie movie. Yeah, Riku was intended to be a bimbo. The problem is, I think they kind of failed at that. I actually really like 10-2 for a lot of reasons. The principal cast, the main 3 characters, are none of those reasons. I believe Melody is a fox. Ding. Well, exactly, Lord Hammer. That's part of the archetype. Again, lovable, dumb, strong. Riku doesn't quite fulfill the strong thing, but at the same time, she kind of does. The dumb thing is, Riku should probably be the tech geek, not the dumb bimbo, right? Because she's a death machine. In 10. Celestia? Oh my god, I think Celestia is. Yes, this is RPG Maker, and for all intents and purposes, yeah, this is a solid RPG Maker game. I am way more impressed than I thought it would. I have issues. I have negatives for the game, like I do for literally every game ever made ever. But I am, frankly, a little bit surprised by how good this has been. More tears in space-time. Alright, so let's really slather the buffs on here. Let's do another Lightning Blade on yourself. Let's give you a speed up. And let's taunt. Well, I feel weird even saying it, because some of you in chat, and those of you watching the VOD, have probably been, like, cringing just a little bit every time I say bimbo, because nowadays, I hear bimbo usually said as an insult word, as opposed to what it was more designed towards originally, which is a positive word. And it's easy to point that out, because all you have to do is think of the male version. Himbo. Nobody thinks himbo is an insult. Jace. Yeah. Honestly, what's-her-face is kind of a bimbo in Arcane as well. I can't even think of her name. The principal female actress with red hair. That I can't think of the name of. Oh my god. Vi. Punch Girl. That's a bimbo right there. Lovable. Kind of ditzy. You know, a little bit dumb. Strong. Punches a concrete wall with her bare hands. Yeah. Okay, and yeah, Kronk, Emperor's New Groove. He is a textbook himbo. He's also the best character in that movie, I'm just gonna say that. Waka! Oh my god, Waka! Waka! You're right! You're right! You're absolutely right. Yeah, Chris Hemsworth. The actor? You know. Sabin. Sabin is textbook himbo from FF6. Let's see. She needs a bunch of healing. Let's see if we can do this with just a regular heal. Okay. Bimbos in WoW. Schedule change, right, because there's a schedule change that you mentioned in Discord. I know about this, because I definitely wasn't doing surgery on my computer today. To install the new GPU, let's see. And it's definitely somewhere. What channel? Ask me again in a few weeks. We'll see if it works out long term. Okay, so what do I still need? I've lost the double speed. That double speed does not last very long. I guess that makes sense. Let's keep healing Jody. Let's go ahead and double speed her again. This hasted fighter in melee range. Go, Ellison! Oh, sure, Judo Joker. I'll adjust the website right now. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, Tyrande is not a bimbo because she's not lovable. I can't actually say that. Tifa is totally not a bimbo, no. Yeah, she is basically the brains of that operation. She's the team mom. That is actually her archetype. She's the team mom. Unironically, Eris is more of a bimbo than Tifa is. Now, she's not. But she's definitely leaning that way. Yeah, Yuffie's different. I'm not sure if F7 has a bimbo. I know what you're thinking. Scarlet! No. Lovable is the first step. Lovable is the first and most important piece of being a bimbo or a himbo. It has to be a character you're just like, yeah, every time they're on the screen. Like Kronk, right? I'm sorry to keep going back to that. Kronk. No, I don't think either of them fit that at all, Zach Deft. Like, I like both characters, but that's not really... No, different direction. Okay, so... hang on. So this is going to be... Siphon Filter Omega Strain. We'll adjust that. I need to bring down the bot to accommodate. Sulpanus. No comment. It's the midriff. Honestly, Lord Hermont's barely joking. We're not there. We're not 100% there. But we're kind of a bimbo slash himbo, depending on our gender, in World of Warcraft. Like, our main character is. It's not as much of a joke as that sounds like. We're very stupid. And stupid strong. The only question is, are we lovable? And that's where it gets asterisky. Because again, that is the most important step in being a bimbo or a himbo. Warrior of Light, 100%. Everybody loves the Warrior of Light in universe. And we're dumb. And we're strong. Okay, there. All adjusted. Sorry about the delay. What am I doing? Killing. Kill. Ayla, or Isla. Totally a bimbo, 100%. Strongest character in the entire game. Literally. I mean, we're responsible for Garrosh, Darker. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah, so a bro is different from a himbo. Or a gym. It's worth noting, a bro doesn't have to be male. But a bro can also... So a bro and a himbo or a bimbo are not mutually exclusive, right? You could have someone who is a bimbo or a himbo. You know, lovable, kind of dumb, strong, who is also a total bro. Yeah, bros just got your back. They're cool, right? You walk up and they're just like, we're cool. No drama, no fuss, let's go. That's a bro. I also happen to really like bro characters in fiction. Just unrelated. Eugene, total himbo, 100%. We have enough to do this. Let's go ahead and get some mana restore going on here. And then... let's go ahead and speed her up, and then let's go ahead and good. Yeah, bros are cool. Johnny Gat, yeah. They overplayed him a little bit too much lately. Whoa, what'd you just do to Claire? Gazlow. Total bro. 100%. Is Eugene lovable? Once you get past the first few episodes... Honestly, your Ripper Doc in Cyberpunk, I can't remember his name. He's a bro. Yeah, so, yeah, what's going on with... She doesn't even have a status effect. She's just... Victor, that's him. So, the easy answer there, Mook, is bad writing. You'll notice that Gallywix was written in the bad writing era of World of Warcraft, and the Undermine is the first time he was in the good writing era of World of Warcraft. And oh hey, we immediately depose him in an awesome quest chain. Huh. Let's do this. And then... For Guild Wars 2 or for WoW? Experience Star. Barrett is an interesting one. I guess we could go this way immediately, but should we? Sure. Okay, I'll grab a save. Why not? So I'm going to try something differently a little bit here. Well, okay, hang on. I'm going to spend a round buffing Allison. You know what? Actually, yeah, Diana is a weirdly bro character, considering. I think I'm with you on that, actually, Logan. Although, Vi's love interest struck me as a... definitely leaning towards a bro archetype, too. Like a bro resistant. Not quite a full bro. Okay, now we're just gonna mash A. Jeez, okay. Yeah, I was... Okay! Wow! Alright, okay, cool. Let's get some heals out here. Sora is supposed to be a himbo. Problem is, I argue that they fail. He's supposed to be the lovable idiot, and I really do think they fail at that, personally. Sometimes. Sorry, I should clarify. Sorry, I'm trying to concentrate on too many things at once here. So Sora kind of... What is that? Sora kind of dips in and out of being, you know, lovable and not. Let's just... do this. Decker. Yeah. Yeah. I actually like Sora in 3, legitimately. Let's try this. We're gonna throw a Petrify Bomb at the bomb. See if that does anything. Well, it petrified him. I would say he dips in and out, Lord Garamond. In Chain of Memories, he's kind of mostly a victim, but he's mostly also just kind of... Oh my god, we're just going right to that, aren't we? Never chill Pangolin. I don't know what to do about this. Left, maybe? Let's try a left jab. And then Frost, I guess. Yeah, you know what? Hang on. Actually, I have a better idea. Blink. And guard. Okay, so left is his weakness. Which is a shame, because he just blew up. Oh, ho, ho, ho! That hit through the blink. If you missed that. Ow. Okay. Lormer is totally not a bro. I totally am not taking care of my niece's cat. At great personal expense and hazard. And literal health risk. But no, I'm definitely a himbo. Well, no, that makes me lovable. I'm an Allison. Unlovable. Idiot. Rude. Yeah, whatever. Lightning. It's just so much more worth it to just do this. Let's do this, though, while we're here. Yeah, pretentious, snobby, ugly, stupid, worthless. I have bad takes constantly. Can't say anything right about anything. Loser. Lazy. Oh yeah, very homophobic and racist and sexist. Can't forget about that. Let's do this. And then attack, and then attack, and then attack. And woke, somehow. Literally Hitler. Forgot that that's actually an insult I've received. You would not believe how many times I've been called lazy on this show, Talk the Deeper. It's usually in the YouTube comments, but it's still a thing. Alright, let's go ahead and pop. Recovery aura. Nope, nope. Magic aura. There we go. And then attack. Yeah, the reason I use that joke, Mr. Red, is because that's actually an insult I have heard, is that someone tried to call me literally Hitler. Now, obviously, when they say literally, they mean figuratively, because most people don't know what a dictionary is. But that is a real insult that I have really received. So I haven't heard the Bad at Gaming one in quite a while. But the Bad at Gaming one always shows up for when I speak negatively about a game someone likes. 100% of the time. Like, if I started saying, God, this game, the combat's just not really working for me. And then someone will jump in and say, well, you're just bad at the game. That type of thing. Right, maybe? Let's try going this way. It's another door. What? Okay. Yeah, like I said, Earthbound. What are these weak to? I don't know what these are weak to. Hang on, hang on. A little faster, please. These are weak to... nothing. Cool. Okay. Wow, those are actual treasure chests. I honestly didn't expect that. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what the enemies, the villains, are actually up to, like what they want. My thought is they're just trying to replace Helper Jelly. They're trying to replace our reality with theirs, but that isn't really a motive. That's more like a means. So I'm still not sure what they're doing and why. You know, I'm gonna skip blades this time. Let's just attack. Attack, attack, attack. And throw a bomb. Yeah, skill issue. Oh. Okay. Let's try low? And maybe frost? I'm not sure what to do about this. Nope, not low. Well, they're weak to frost, that's cool. That's true, I apparently hate RPGs if you look at the bottom 5, I think. Let's try left. The guy there. Nope. You know what? Yeah, we'll try high next time, if we get around to it. What is my bottom 5? Yeah, pretty much off the deeper end. It's why it didn't surprise me that Paper Mario Sticker Star got so many negatives. Because when you screw up an RPG, you screw up hard. Oh, jeez. I'm not sure I remember Joker. I mean, you are correct, Ross. It certainly is a game built out of the bones of an RPG. Hang on one second, Evo. I want to see something here. Okay, so hang on. So let's try to. Have I done any damage? No. Okay. Let's try top for the Colossus. I said I'd try that. And ice attack, whatever. Resist! So he's actually strong against top attacks. I wonder why. Let's see. Let's go and do this. Okay, let's do a down now on the Colossus. Let's see what that does. It is weak. Okay, so the Colossus is weak to down. Oh my god, you stop healing every round! You're just slowing down the inevitable. Alright, so while this is happening, hang on. So, RPG, 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 beat 'em up, RPG, platformer, dungeon crawler. Okay, so at that point it stops being RPGs. Because their next RPG is Breath of Fire 2. So it looks like the bottom 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, the bottom 5 is predominantly RPGs. The only exception there is Devil May Cry 2. Not a saver. So let's look at Evo's question. Let's see. Evo says, Lore, why are you the worst? Well, literally Heller. Friggin' things! Hang on, let me set up my buff cycle. I happen to know you're weak to ice. So you're gonna enjoy this. Okay, point and click game. Thinking about making a couple of hidden object puzzles. Click a thing in the background. See, the problem is, unless there... So, okay. One of the biggest problems... I know you're a better developer than the Sticker Star devs, Eva, but just let me talk. One of the biggest problems I had with Sticker Star was too much of the content was stuff you wouldn't even know to start looking for. Nothing tells you that a puzzle exists at all, so the player has no possibility of starting solving it, right? They can't solve a puzzle they don't know exists. That kept happening constantly in Sticker Star. So the only way I could see that working is if something relatively early on tutorializes that. Either visually, like, you know, hey, what's this? Or something's like waggling in the background. You're like, what's that? Click, aha. You found me, but the other ones won't be as easy. Something like that. Or literally just having a text box of someone being like, hey, what's up? Oh yeah, the blue, you know what? Yeah, the blue frickin' medallions in Resident Evil 4 is actually a great example of this. You don't even know that that's a thing unless someone told you, because even if you somehow get lucky, you still probably don't know what they are or what they're used for. We should be good to just run now. Oh god, the camel statues. The frickin' camel statues. Apparently I'm wrong. Ignore me. I'm wrong about everything forever, and I'm thinking about the wrong thing. So, ignore me completely. Listen, Claire just deserves to die, okay? Hey, we learned Revive. And Lightning Kicks. Also, fingers crossed for Neverwinter Nights 2 actually being worth a damn. So what is Lightning Kicks? Just costs mana. Flurry of Electrified Kicks, that's an AoE. Oh, now that's interesting. Anyways, I am clearly thinking of the wrong thing, Disco, so ignore me forever. Never listen to me ever again. What I was thinking of, and I don't even know what it is now, is something which I thought was in a Resident Evil game, which nothing anywhere indicates they're even a thing, and so you never know to be looking for them. Yes, our first AoE that can be used on turn 1. Remember, that's important, because statistically the turn you're most likely to want an AoE on is turn 1, is on the fighter. Sand switch is activated. Caution, remain on solid ground while adjusting sand altitude. This should let us get deeper into the dungeon. Okay. Well, let's try a sand switch. See what happens. Oh no, it's Ocarina of Time's Water Temple. It is. Each switch goes to a specific sand height. It's just... No, you know what, that's just a waste of my time. Those enemies take too long to kill for what they are. Okay, well, this is a mandatory one, so we'll live with this. Buff, lightning. You know what, hang on, let's try this new lightning out, actually. Lightning. Okay, that's not a lot of damage, but that's okay. That's kind of what the point is. Still, 30 mana from the low HP, from the low MP fighter for a low AoE? You do not... Oh my god, Evo. That's it. That's it. I'm gonna call my extremely real Canadian girlfriend and have her give you a talking to. Alright, so let's Lightning Blade. And Frost, I guess. So, click the ground when the crystal becomes a magnifying glass. A widget opens up with tons of clovers, and one of them is a 4-leaf one. You find it, you claim you get a clover if you're clever. You get a clover if you're clever. Oh my god. Okay, so... let's do this, and then let's do this. And then let's do this, and then let's just kind of arc, it's whatever. So, like, as a one-time thing, as a way to get one of the clovers? I like it. The catch is, where exactly do you do that? I think you can make it wake. I have faith. Say that, Eva, but I bet I could figure out a way to make it an infinite Clover's glitch. You know me. The glitch runner. Steampunk circlet. That sounds like a helmet. Decent magic defense. Lower defense, lower attack. Yeah, we'll put it on Claire. By which I mean we'll put it on Claire. There we go. A Lego franchise of a horror IP. Well, I mean, it's going to be a joke, right? So which horror IP makes the funniest joke? So Scream is the obvious answer, because there's actually an already entire parody series based on that. So let's avoid that like the plague. Let's get a heal out. And... oh god, I don't know. Let's do this. And let's do this to give us that. And then let's do this so that nobody else takes damage. Silent Hill. You know what? Actually, yeah. There's a lot of jokes you can do with Silent Hill, weirdly. That's almost too easy. Aliens. So there's already a kid's book about aliens. Now, that probably sounds like a joke. Yeah, imagine, like, toilets are special treasure chests in the Lego Silent Hill game. Let's just do that. And that. And that. Yeah, and yeah, exactly. Like, it's somehow each hole is perfectly shaped to fit your arm. Why do you keep sticking your hands in harms? Are you kidding me? Have you seen all the loot I've gotten out of these? Okay, that's a good point, but, like, it doesn't seem, like, safe. Oh, I guess you're right. So you could also do the Splatoon thing and just make each hole progressively more horrifying. Or you could do the total opposite. Like, every time you go for a hole, you actually can't, for whatever reason, get into the hole. And each time it gets more frustrating and more ridiculous. Like, at one point, a giant Lego Tyrannosaurus Rex shows up and is like, and like eats the hole and it's gone. And you're like, no! I want it to sniffle, sniffle. Yeah, exactly. There was a hole here. One of them is just a Lego shark which busts out of the hole. Oh my god, die! Why are all the enemies here weak to the thing that my mage doesn't have? Okay, we're walking, we're walking. But I already did that room to satisfaction. And that room to satisfaction, so there's nothing there. So let's see what this does. Oh god, my entire review is invalidated? Oh. So it is. Thank you for pointing it out. Do I want to know how this works? Sand to be gone. I guess here's the lounge. Hey, so the monster's still thinking one of them. I got a couple of scraps, but for the most part I've been able to sneak around pretty easily. Can't say we've had the same luck. These guys are definitely aren't fans of ours. No, we couldn't handle them. You know, I had my doubts, but you all seem to be somewhat competent. It seems like high praise coming from you, Neff. Anyway, I've been asked around to see if I could get you an ID card. No dice. Guess I'll have to keep looking. Say, Neff, it's a random thought, but didn't you say earlier Javis tried to recruit you? Oh, yeah, he did. The other day I was approached by a cloaked who said they worked for someone powerful. Might be useful to him. I turned him down, of course. I generally try to avoid getting caught in pyramid schemes. Wah wah. No mummy jokes. So get Javis is scouting people out, huh? Whatever he has planned, it can't be good. Yeah, we'll find out soon enough. That's why we're here. Shortcut get. Wait a minute, this bar isn't up to code! Okay. Well, this is, a familiar tile set, is what I'm going to call this. Which I should know, I've worked with this tile set before. Requires a key. No weaknesses on the frog bombs. That's interesting. Although it doesn't list that these are weak to frost either. Oh my god, 9,999 MP. I was wondering how they kept spamming AoE heals. Okay. Ah! Much better. Well, since you're not weak to anything, the only thing to do is kill you horribly. Yeah, me too, you know. Gotta say, the visuals are something I have yet to have a reason to complain about in this game. I phrased that terribly. Okay, bombs are weak to frost. See you around, Disco. And remember, my reviews are invalid. Crack in the armor. Lower an enemy's defense for 3 turns. So I now have 4 attack buffs and 1 attack debuff. That is to say, an armor debuff I can use. This next boss is going to be interesting, I can tell. I do actually remember Nefarious. It was a side-scroller with a weirdly good story and some serious issues with its platforming. Like, that game's gameplay was pretty bad. In fact, I think it got below 0. Which is a shame, because I loved the aesthetic. And the core conceit. Correct, Blade Duvall. Yeah, no kidding, Jill Bangalore. I'm curious what they've done since this, because this is a relatively recent game. They burned out. Yeah, I bet Evo could relate to that. Hey, buzz off. Can a slime join a prick in peace? Why aren't you in the back room then? Hello? Because this is the slime room? Are you even listening to yourself? If you aren't interested in fighting, could you give us some info on Jarvis? Or maybe lend us an ID card? Nope, get lost. Get the hell out of here. Wow. So I actually have a pretty high opinion of nurses in general. Partially because of personal experience, partially because of familial experience, and partially because they go through an extremely terrible and dangerous job on a literal daily basis for very little reward or gratitude. But these people need to die. It's time to kill them all. Strange. I did that like 3 times. Okay. Now we're in Super Paper Mario. Evo. 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 Hey, Paranessa. Welcome to Earthbound 18? I don't know. I don't know what we're up to at this point. There's a couple. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, Evo, could you stop being mean to my friends, please? I'd appreciate it. A profession that receives far too much prestige. Insert sports here. A profession that receives far too little. Everyone who supports the sports stars. Okay, that's a bit dismissive, but like honestly. Okay. What do you want? What do you want, Cat? What do you want? You want pets? Here, have pets. Have brushing. You like brushing, right? Too much CEOs. You know what? I was gonna say teachers for an underappreciated one, but honestly, I'm gonna go with janitors. We're at a weird point in time where some people on the lower rungs of society, you know, the people who hold up the rest of society, have slowly started getting at least a little bit of acknowledgement from normal people that they're worth a damn. Janitors are not on that list. I don't think public transport is a job, but I do think Vancini is a job. Thank you, Vancini, as always. There we go. Yeah, janitors are literally essential. I am obviously biased on that, but it's still true. Empire of Sin, Rogue Trader, Wrath of the Righteous. Done. Thank you again, Vancini. And yeah, nurses. I'm in a weird one on that one because I've never heard of nurses being underappreciated, but I believe that it happens. Yeah, whatever, just attack. Let's see. Anything to do with water. Anything to do with water. Maintenance crew. People who actually construct the pipes. People who actually lay the pipes. People who design and engineer and build and process and connect. And filter. And then also filter again. Yeah, everyone who works a farm. That I'll give you, Judo Joker. And train, yeah. Basically, anybody who holds up the rest of society. Just top to bottom, really. You know, someone who works for a living. Actually, yes, plates are all. I guess I... Interesting, Judo Joker. I mean... Oh, I can walk out here. I can say with legitimate certainty that if we fired 99% of upper management of every company in the world, most people wouldn't even notice the difference. Most of those companies would continue to operate completely as if nothing changed, and all of those companies would suddenly be doing a lot better. Oh, God, no kidding. Wait a while. I'm not really joking. Like, the problem is good management is extremely invaluable, but that's not what executives are. Executives are there to drain money out of the company. They're vampires. They're leeches. They produce nothing. They contribute nothing. I hate to get all Mongolian on this, but when the Mongols would show up, you know, at a place, they'd be like, all right, what do you got? And the nobles would be like, we're rich. And they're like, okay, well, we can just take your money. So what do you got? What use are you? And the answer was they weren't. The nobility, the aristocrats were worthless because they had no skills, no talents, no use, no nothing. They were just a drain on society. What in the hell is that? Okay. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, we found missing no, everybody. Okay. Now let's start the process here. Yeah, you know, Chill Pangolin, I can't argue with that. It's called Singularity, by the way. Monster name. To be filled in later. Jesus, Kraken-san. That's awful. That is an awful concept. Let's go ahead and refill our mana. So, where do we think it's weak from? Top, left, right, or bottom? Depends, Czar, but yes. It's just... yes. Well, we'll try right next round. Or next round, excuse me. So, right jab. Nope. Wasn't resistant, though. How bad actually were the Mongols? I forget the numbers, but the temperature of the planet changed slightly because of how many people they killed. sweet. Now we can get into that meeting room and hopefully find out what's going on here. Oh, no, they left an absolute river of blood. I don't know if they're actually the biggest mass murderers in human history, but they're definitely in the running. And yeah, the impact they've had on history and culture is basically impossible to properly quantify. It's a thing. Hey, Twister. Let's go ahead and heal Jody. Yeah, they were a marauding power. Marauding powers add nothing to the universe. That's what defines a marauding power. So, they contributed nothing to humanity. Took a lot away. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick forging water thing, because I'm out of water. I actually have been for a minute. And I'm talking a lot in this game, so... Okay. Jesus, Game Geek. Did you get your limit breaks? Yes, cat. Can I help you? Do you want something? Do you want to be brushed? Brush, brush, brush. Brush to the beat. Okay, no more brushing. All right. Oh. So far, no issues, Evo. Thank goodness. Which thing, Act? The fact that they're evil? The fact that they're terrible? The fact that they're dumb? The fact that they're wrong? The fact that they keep going 6 by 3 because the 6 people are voting one way because they were stacked that way in order to try and take control of the government? What are you asking me about here, Act? Supreme Court needs to go directly to hell. Just conk, and they're in hell. Moment of truth. Badges verified. Boss engaged. I am not versed enough to say if getting rid of the Supreme Court is the correct call. Man, I don't even like the... You know, at the very least, having a standards of ethics that applies to the Supreme Court would be a nice first stop. I thought you're supposed to be the brave one, Jody. I'm way out of my league with this caliber of magic. I just leave this sort of thing to Claire. Weirds me the hell out. Must be some kind of core? The last dungeon just vanished when we accidentally broke the other one. Looks like my services are needed once again. As much as I'd love for you to smash this thing, we should keep looking for Javis first. Good thinking. See if we can find any info on this core. Okay. See, that's the thing. I'm not sure that's true, Ross. But that's why I'm hedging that with a I don't know. Because, and this is important, I don't know. Oh, this is a fight room. Term limits in general is one of those interesting concepts, because it's not as linear as it sounds in either direction. This is the Verena Empire Reality Scrambler. The Scrambler utilizes magical energy graciously given to us by our leader, Her Royal Highness Queen Verena, to shape reality. The fabric of the universe is broken down into pieces, reduced to its pure form, and rearranged into a new shape. As the Scrambler continues its operations, the radius effect will continue to expand into neighboring areas. With enough energy and time, a network of Scramblers can rewrite an entire planet, solar system, and beyond. Please make sure to watch your step around the scrambled matter in the facility. Have a nice day. Holy crap, I've heard enough. I don't care what Javis's motives are. This thing's bad news. It shouldn't even be possible, right? Magic can do a ton, but it can't do all this. Yeah, this is a lot. I've never heard of Queen Verena, but she must be an incredibly powerful being. Maybe the computer has more information. Like, what do these people want with the Sapphire Islands of all places? Are we just a random target? Computer, what's the current objective? Access denied. Of course. Well, hey, we've got that meeting to sneak into, right? It's almost noon. Let's see what we can get from Javis himself. We ready? Point no return. We're ready. This must be the place. Perfect. It's 11:59. Javis should be here any second now. Come on, let's blend into the... No, you're about an hour off, Jody. Suspiciously close otherwise. Hello, my dear minions. Thank you for coming to this mandatory meeting. That does seem a bit thin, though. I get the stragglers a stern talking to. Well, no matter. Now, it's come to my attention that some of you have absolutely no idea what you're doing. As such, I've prepared a brief presentation on our mission. Our primary target in this dimension is the planet Reverie, which we're currently stationed on. While this planet may seem unremarkable, it's of a place of particular interest to our leader, Her Royal Highness Queen Verena, for reasons I won't go into. In particular, Queen Verena has her eye on the nearby archipelago known as the Sapphire Islands. These islands have a low population, which should pose minimal threat, mostly comprised of these bipedal mammal things. Baffling creatures. Ugh. Woodland beasts are not meant to be 6 feet tall! It's irresponsibly large. The mere thought of such reckless anatomy makes me shudder. Because their bodies are covered in a layer of hair, I've decided to give them a little Nicholas name. I refer to them as Harries. Unbeknownst to the Harries, we've set up 3 scramblers in key locations around the region. One in here, in the Neon Labyrinth. You've undoubtedly seen it. Everything around you is its handiwork. Our primary scrambler is up north, in the tallest mountain of the main island. This will soon serve as our new home base. Now, some of you may have heard rumors of a meltdown at our 3rd location, hidden in a town named... Green something. But rest assured, we have not deviated from the plan. As we speak, the scramblers are being repaired. If all goes well, the town will be under control in mere hours. We have to get back to Greenwich pronto. Not just yet. We came all this way to find Javis. We need to hear his whole plan. Oh, this whole operation is going swimmingly. Verena must be so proud of me. What a great job I've done this time. Yes, I know many of you have heard stories of my failures in other dimensions. Those operations were regrettable, to say the least. But this time we have additional help. You see, we have an undercover operative on Reverie. A liaison who knows the area like the back of her... paw? Do they have paws? She's an exceptionally skilled, ambitious beast who I know would be a great addition to the team. Please, everyone, give a warm Verena Empire welcome to our new compatriot. Paula. Okay, of all of the things I guessed, that was actually not on the list. It's the asshole from work? Really? That's... okay. So, what I was actually expecting was... I was continuing to expect it to be Jodie. We've had Jodie for an entire dungeon and a boss fight. And I was thinking... well, I guess partial boss fight. And I was thinking... like, this... like, you'd be like, I hope you'll all give a warm welcome to... Jodie! And then, like, the camera would pan down, and it turns out that they actually knew this entire time that we were here and listening in, right? And it was just like, oh no, Jodie! And Jodie's like, you don't understand. It's the only way to save Faith. There's no stopping these people. Or something, you know? I can see several ways they could take that. Plus, Jodie's stupid. Remember, bimbo. But no, it's Paula. Who I didn't even know who it was until they showed her frickin' portrait. Nah, I'm just messing with y'all. So, hi. Glad to be here. I think there's a lot I can bring to the team. You know, my last gig didn't offer dental or anything, so you guys are definitely a step up for me in that regard. Yes, I recognize who that is, Allison. Thank you. I knew she was a jerk, but I didn't know she was full-blown evil. This is bad. This is very bad. What is this, reboot? Well, I'm really excited about doing some pummeling for y'all. There's a lot of folks around here who could use a pummeling or two. I'd also like to... okay, that's nice, Paula. Lovely speech. Anywho, I'm even more excited to introduce you to someone else today. I can hardly contain myself. I'm so proud to introduce you to commanding officers. My boys! Oh my god, so here's our oh god, the Goldfish Squad. Whatever they call that. Bigby, Killer Ray, Clinston, and Roy. Okay, real talk, I tend to like the squad concept. Yeah, 4 Fiends, the bodyguards from Secret of Mana, you know, the Mystic Trio and Chrono Trigger. Something that's not from a SNES game. Like, I tend to like this concept. But, what in the world? So we've got a balloon. I don't know what that is. A hat and a crown, I think? Yeah, balloon. Yep. Hello, everyone. Howdy. Huh? I made them myself using fragments of my own life essence. Okay. Yeah, I'm told it's a much more common thing in anime, which obviously I don't really have a lot of exposure to. My sons, my pride and joy. Yeah, Roy is royal. Oh my god. Please be sure to be nice to them and lavish them with praise, everyone. Some may accuse me of nepotism for putting my 4 sons in charge, especially when they're mere days old. To that I say, I didn't care. Please do not dote on us so heavily in front of the minions, father. Sorry, you're right. As much as I love to espouse the virtues of my 4 beautiful boys all day, there's one more person I want to draw your attention to. There's one person who made today possible. Well, other than myself and Verena, of course. Why, she's so instrumental to our plan, I even bothered to learn her name. This is Claire Higsby. Claire may not know how much help she's been, but we truly could not have done this without her. There was certainly a certain spellbook in Claire's possession that caught our queen's eye in the first place, and it was Claire who summoned us here. You've got to be kidding me. Claire, what did you do? Nothing, I promise you. I didn't. In fact, why don't we take Claire and her companions in person, Yeah, I told you they knew we were here. Oh, you must have felt so sneaky. Ooh, look at us, listening in on Javis's meeting without him noticing. You dimwits, of course I've known you were here all along. This whole base, a mere distraction. We did all those desert shenanigans to lead you away from our precious little town and keep you from interfering with our mission. And you fell for it. Okay, buddy, we've heard enough out of you. We're not just going to sit here and let you destroy Greenridge. Greenridge, that's it. That was the name of your town. Sir, let me take him. They've been dying to prove my worth around here. No, you're needed back on the surface, Paula. We can let someone else dispose of our uninvited guests. You insist. Hey, Galetta, do me a favor, don't kick the bucket before I get a chance to thrash you. Paula, how could you side with these guys? I have my reasons. Someone like you wouldn't understand. I'll see you losers back in Greenridge. Although you might not recognize it when we're done with it. My boys and I also have places to be, I'm afraid. I'll leave you with this as a parting gift. Okay. Sure. Okay. I can work with this. Don't you like eating guy balls? Or gum eyes, if you prefer? Okay, so we're gonna buff Jody. I'm doing something weird. It is weak to frost. Good to know. No. Okay. Let's heal Jody. And let's do a Ice Blade upon ourselves. And an attack boost. And then let's see how much damage that little add there takes. Because I can already tell the format of this front. You notice there's room for several gumballs in the front. Sick burn. That's not a small amount of HP. Ow. And yep, there's our second. Okay. Alright. Okay. So let's do an AoE heal. Let's attack the Goliath. Let's make her attack the Goliath more. And let's throw a bomb at the Goliath. Let's be on fire. Very important. Okay, that's not too bad. I think we can manage this. Oof, maybe? Oof. Oh my god, those AoEs. And there's a third one now. Okay, hang on. Let's do this. Let's get our MP back. Let's just top off really quick. Do a high kick on the Goliath. And a frost attack on the Goliath. And a crack in the armor on the Goliath. Okay, that was a decent hit. Okay, so now let's do an AoE heal. Let's do another high kick on that thing. Let's do a multi-frost. And we'll see what happens. Yeah, like, the ads, I can see the strategies here. If you're doing enough damage output, you can probably kill the ads quickly enough. But they have way too much health to keep up with that. So, yeah, just focus firing the boss. He was also a very obvious top-down, right? You notice I was doing the high kick each time. Allison, you're always a disappointment to me. Alright, well, that's one problem taken care of. Claire, there's something you're not telling us. What did Javis mean when he said you summoned him here? I don't know. He's just lying to throw us apart. He seems to have a thing for mind games. Claire, I'm serious, Oh my god, the basement dungeon. They must have hitched a ride when I summoned those dark magic constructs to train you two with. I knew it. I knew that whole plan was bad news. You think everything's fun and games, but now look at the mess we're in. God, we never should have done any of this. That shouldn't be possible, though. I told you before, it takes a lot of mana to summon someone like Javis. I barely used any energy when I summoned the Dust Bunnies. The spell must have been tampered with or something. There's no way an untrustworthy spell would be in there normally. Sure, because you're always so careful. I don't know. It sounds like they were targeting me because of some spellbook own or something. Guys, you have to believe me. I'd never do something like this if I thought there was even the slightest possibility it would go this bad. Melody, you believe me, right? Yes. I do believe you. Completely. I don't know what Allison's on about. You can be reckless, but you're my friend. I wouldn't be here if I didn't trust you. I don't think you do this on purpose. No matter whose fault it is, we need to do something about this. Yes, everything is still okay. We're going to fix this. We should run home and rally the troops. One faith in the Paladin Brigade if fights are coming. Maybe get her from the Leons. Anyone. There's still a chance we could minimize the damage here. Come on, you guys. Come where exactly? There's no exit. Hey, ease up on Claire. I'm sure she has a plan to get us out of this, right? Yeah, just give me a second to think. Wait, the purification spell. There we go. Nice thinking, Melody. Come on, this has to work. Hey, don't push yourself too hard there, Mel. Giving this one everything I got. Mayo. Never mind, we're done. Hey, how goes the adventuring? Very, very bad. It looks like we're done here. If we smash this machine, everything should go back to normal. Really? Wow, nice work. You know, I have my doubts about you first, but thanks for everything you've done to help out Munford. Seriously. We'd love to stay and chat, and if we got an emergency to take care of back home. Oh, crap, sorry. We return to this place normally? Yeah, let's do it. I mean, bombers aren't super useful for a capital ship. Now, a screen of fighters, yeah, I'd go with that. But in the absence of that, I'll take the walkers. Okay, back to Green Ridge. Ba, ba, ba. What? Oh, no, 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 no. Teleport has been smashed. How are we supposed to go home now? Okay, this is not bad. This is bad, but let's not panic, Mel. Allison, what about your mom's car? Could she give us a ride? That's a two-seater. That's not going to work. She could talk to Ipsy back in Mumford. She knows about machines. Maybe she could fix the teleporter. Okay. I mean, the difference between Allison and Claire is that Claire took precautions, whereas Allison doesn't give a crap. Allison flung herself off a cliff, being like, it'll work out. Claire was like, okay, hang on. There's some water down there. Check the temperature. Okay, there's no rocks in the water. Okay, woo! And into the water. Sploosh. Like, both of those are arguably reckless, but one of those people actually bothered to do some prep work. Whoops, sorry. You're not Ipsy. I don't remember who Ipsy was. Who's Ipsy? Oh, God! Are you Ipsy? Nope, you're Crud. I try not to use my phone much. It'll rot your brain. Hang on. Do phones rot your brain? Oh my god. Snow, they wanted Snow to be a himbo. He wasn't. I'm not hurting for money right now anyways. Let's refill that bomb material. I guess I could buy that while I'm here. Grok, is this true? I suppose that's fair, Chill Pangolin, although I'm going to be honest that I haven't seen any of that on camera. So maybe if the game wants me to sympathize more with, you know, Allison, the twat, who's rude and a dick, maybe, and a loser, maybe they should do something to actually explain how Claire is in the wrong in any of this. Aw, apparently electromagnetic interference gives robots a headache. Same. Oh, hey, Jody. Ipsy, we need your help. Who are you? You two know each other? I'm the one who made that gizmo Jody used to fix Glyph. Thanks for your help with that, by the way. Now, what's up? Our town's in danger, but the teleporter we used to get here has been smashed. Think you can fix it? Oh, yes, but it'll take a while. Sounds like you don't have time to spare. You know, there's a second teleport that leaves to a different spot on the Sapphire Islands. Hasn't been turned on in years, but it should still work if we get into the control chamber and reroute the power. Oh, I don't like that place, Ipsy. It's scary in there. It doesn't matter how scary it is. If it's our way home, we're game. In that case, we'll meet you by the entrance. It's that big door directly to the north of Mumford. Can't miss it. Oh, Jody, have this. I owe you one. Machinist spellbook. Ooh. That sounds interesting. Let's see. It comes with drill, chainsaw. So scrap cannon, scrap armor, and scrap armor value pack. Well, who's not really using their books right now? I mean, we are using Alchemist, but we'll try it out on her. See what we feel about that. Got the door open for you. Go on in. Ipsy's waiting for you inside. Just be careful. It's really creepy in there. Thanks, Cliff. Hey, so good news. Looks like the teleporter's still in good condition. Just needs power. Whoever built this place clearly didn't want it to be easy to reroute power, though. There are 4 switches in different rooms. All of them need to be flipped at more or less the same time. They'll have to split up. God, what does that smell? Does someone smell that? It smells like mana. Is there some sort of gaseous mana leak in here? Yeah, seems like it. Guess it doesn't bother me as much because, you know, undead run pretty much entirely on mana. You should probably be careful about that. This place isn't particularly big, but it might get worse further in. Claire, how dangerous is it to breathe in all that mana? I mean, it won't kill you, but it might make you feel sick. You should try not to stand there for too long. I don't like this. Hey, you can borrow these walkie-talkies. Phones still aren't working, but short-range radios would be okay. Use these to stay in touch. It shouldn't take too long. Just head on in whenever you're ready. Okay. Okay. Time to split up. Everyone have a walkie-talkie? Yep, let's find those switches. You gonna be okay doing this on your own, Mel? You've been on edge since our encounter with Javis. Now listen, this is nothing compared to everything else we've been through these last 3 days. That's the spirit. But still, if you're not in trouble, just radio me, okay? Of course. Come on, let's head in. I'll see you soon. Nice place. Enemies. And I have no mana because we're in a mana gas. Yeah, I caught that. Okay. Okay. It just ran away? Hey, I got jumped by some feral robots over it. What about you three? Over. Yeah, I got a couple. Need any backup? Over. I'm okay, but I'll keep you posted. Over and out. Uh-huh. Earthbound vibes increasing. Feels like they're mostly here as an HP drain. Mechanically. Because, like, they attack you. And then... Have I already been through here before? Hold on, maybe there's a pattern I have to follow. Yes, I've played Zelda, but I don't know... okay. Yeah, I've got some healing items. I'm not super worried about it. Allison, Claire, Jody, anyone there? I'm stuck in some sort of repeating room. Are you doing the same thing? Over. Come on, please respond. Please? Did their batteries die or something? I'm always alone, Eva. I barely breathe with this mana gas everywhere. Need to retrace my steps, get some fresh air. Well, I'm not alone anymore, so that's nice. What if I'm being followed? Is someone there? Not very quick on the uptake there, huh? Yeah! Okay, very funny. I get it now. This is yet another stupid trap from Javis. Good guess, but no. I'm you, Melody. I've been with you for a while. I used to be just a blob of magical energy floating around the ether. No will of my own, no sentience. But then this blob of energy bumped into you and became a manifestation of your thoughts, conscious or otherwise. Wait, I think I remember you. You were there when I got my magic, watching me. Yeah, I remember that. That's right. Speaking of that night, can we discuss the specialization you went with? It's been bugging me. I mean, come on. Resolute Paladin. You? That's a good one. Have you been watching everything I do this whole time? Oh, relax, dummy. I'm only the voice in the back of your head that tries to give you advice. I just get to be more upfront about it now. Sorry, but this whole mirror image thing is throwing me for a loop. Can you do something else? Ugh. Fine, if it'll get you to listen to me for once. Never liked this half-assed paladin outfit anyway. Better. If you need a name for me, you can call me your... Harmony. Do you get it? Because her name is Melody. Sorry. I wasn't planning on speaking up just yet, but you're just so boring, Melody. I couldn't stand to watch you wander around hopelessly in the dark like that. Seriously though, why are you so boring? You have no unique hobbies, no quirks, no personality of your own whatsoever. One time when asked to list your dislikes for an online dating profile, you literally couldn't think of anything good, so you just put bad stuff. Now you're trying to make up for being an empty shell of a person by dating someone more interesting. You know you'd be nothing without Allison. That's why you've completely reinvented yourself just to please her. Hey, back off. It's not like that. Yeah, I might not have my whole life figured out, but I'm working on that. I've only been a real paladin for a few days. And you'll be lucky if it lasts another day at this rate. Oh, you've been trying to act all tough, sure, being all gung-ho about the mission. But it's just that, an act. Everyone can see right through it. Come on, who do you think you are, Jody? Sorry, you will never be as good as her. You showed your true colors when Claire asked you to go on this mission to hunt down Javis, though. Should have trusted that instinct. Couldn't even get your new powers the right way. You had to cheat. How's that going, huh? Because to me, it seems like your decision to roleplay as a hero has just put everyone in danger. I guess that's what you get for trusting Claire. Even after the hell she put you through, you keep giving her second chances. I couldn't believe you stood up for her like that back in the Neon Labyrinth. You sure are two-faced about Claire, though. Playing nice around her, and then talking trash behind her back with people like Faith. Look, are you just here to harass me? Because I don't need this right now. I'm stuck in a maze in the middle of nowhere, miles from home, while everyone I care about is in danger. Again, all your fault. I just want to drive that point home. Claire summoned those monsters to train your sorry ass, and Javis come with them. Fine. Let's just blame me for everything. What are you going to do next? Make fun of my weight or something? Let's just play all the hits. Now, you're actually pretty comfortable with your body. Besides, I'm not here to bully you, Melody. I just want to help you. Help? This isn't help. You just want me to hate myself. Oh, you already do, Melody. That's why I exist. Oh, shut the hell up. I'm just trying to keep you from making even more stupid mistakes, Melody. But if I really wanted to get under your skin, I could bring up what Allison thinks of you. Don't go there. Oh. Did I strike a nerve? You already know what I'm going to say, don't you? I don't want to hear it. Allison pities you. No, she doesn't. You've been trying to fight it. To turn yourself into someone you're not. To keep her attention. But it's just reminding her of how pathetic you are. She coddles you constantly. She thinks you're this cute, little, pathetic thing who can't handle this life. And she's right, of course. Because deep down, Melody, you'll always just be that pathetic little kid Allison had to save from bullies. And it's only a matter of time before she's tired of you. God, shut up, shut up, shut up! What did I do to deserve this? Is this what I get for trying to be happy? Yep. Just get out of my head. Get out! You're right, okay? I'm an idiot. This is my fault we're in this mess. Everyone I care about is in danger because the stupid stuff I pulled to feel good about myself. Oh my god, I'm gonna die in here. I'm gonna suffocate or get killed by robots in the stupid base and they're never gonna find me. And somebody help me. Get me out of here! Please, I don't want to die in here. Melody, oh my god, are you okay? Allison? No, we heard you shouting at someone over the walkie-talkies and came as fast as we could. What happened? I don't know. Mel. Come on, I think you're having a panic attack. Deep breaths through your nose like you practiced. I don't know if that's a good idea in here. What do you mean? I think Melody's suffering from an obscure type of mana poisoning. If her body still isn't used to the amount of mana I gave her, then all this ancient mana she's been breathing in is messing with her head. You're right. Mel, can you walk? Yeah. Yeah, I can walk. Okay, good. Don't push yourself too hard. What about the warp pad? We need to get back to Greenridge. Everyone's in danger. No, it's fine. Ipsy can trade places with you. We need to get you to safety. Come on, let's get her out of here. We'll watch your back on the way out, Melody. Sure, a while later. Okay. We got the teleporter running with Ipsy's help. Thank you, Chill Penguin. How are you holding up, Mel? Definitely better now that I've gotten some fresh air. Glyph was keeping me company outside. Turns out 9-foot-tall industrial robots don't give the most comfortable hugs, but it is the thought that counts. Is it weird that I feel better after crying? No, I think it's pretty normal. Do you want to talk about what happened in there, though? No, not really. Don't worry about it. Now, come on, we've wasted enough time here. We need to get back to Greenridge before it's too late. You sure you're up for that, Mel? Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Honest. I mean, we just got done with the labyrinth, and now this. We won't be up at the top of our game if we're just burnt out. Maybe we should let Claire and Jody go on ahead with Neff or something. We can catch up after. I said, I'm fine, Allison. Okay, sorry. I'll get the others then. Well, warp pad's active. No idea where it'll take you, but it should be somewhere on the surface. Hopefully not too far from Greenridge. Thank you so much for your help, Ipsy. I don't know what we would have done without you. No biggie. It's not like I had anything better to do. My name's actually Swiftshot, by the way. You keep calling me Ipsy. It's weird. Anyway, I won't keep you on any longer. I have a feeling we'll be seeing each other soon anyway. Okay, let's get this show on the road. So I'm not sure when our next save will be, so let's actually go back and save. No reason. I don't know if there's any optional bosses in this game. Hey, Chill Penguin, are there any optional bosses in this game? Thoughts of the scene that just happened? I'd say I voice acted that pretty much exactly what my thoughts are on that. Which I suppose sounds like a weird way to phrase that, but I hope you understand what I mean by that. There's this concept called intrusive thoughts. They're interesting. Everybody has to deal with them, to some extent or another. And everyone deals with them in different ways. One of the more common signs of someone who is more mentally and emotionally well-adjusted is someone who this is observation, presumption, is someone who acknowledges that those voices, those thoughts, those intrusive thoughts, those things that aren't really you, acknowledges them, accepts that they're there, and just kind of like, that's not me. Because it's not. That's not how your brain works. Your brain throws out so much garbage data constantly. Every second. Right? So, Melody has only started dating Allison recently, and by all accounts, Allison is her first girlfriend. So, there's plenty of evidence that there is a lot of that second phase of dating someone. So the first date phase is, appropriately enough, usually referred to as the honeymoon period. The honeymoon period is exactly what it sounds like. It's like, oh, everything's right and wonderful and amazing, and there's just this wonderful tint of joy over everything you do and everything you interact with, everything you see. It's just, oh my God, it's so great. And you can't stop getting over that. Some people actually hate the honeymoon period of dating when it's happening to someone else because they call it obnoxious or whatever, and that's certainly an opinion. But immediately after that is the, let's call it the worry phase. Because the phase immediately after that is, hold on, do I deserve this? Are they actually like, do they actually like me? Do they really like me? Do they long-term like me? Do they pity me? Oh God, they didn't say hi yesterday like they usually do every day. Does that mean something? Am I reading too much into it? We can also call it the doubt phase. The phase immediately after that initial rush of emotion is the phase at which, in my observation and experience, most relationships, because it's that phase that's kind of an internal acid test. And in my own experience, the only real way to be able to push past that phase, or rather, well, hang on. The only way to be capable of pushing past that phase is to have the tools and experience to recognize the phase and process it for what it is, right? Most people, just based on human psychology, when something really good happens to them, and then it's like, oh, something great happened, and then immediately after this, oh crap, now what? Right? It's true regardless. If you come into a large sum of money, maybe you get a good promotion at work, maybe something really great happened to your friend, maybe you had a really nice meal. Like there's all kinds of ways where it's like, okay, hang on, what's the catch? We are so risk averse as a species, biologically even, that there's always that worry of what's the catch, right? That would be interesting, Trihexia, but probably. I mean, I've played Celeste. So, Melody has none of those tools. She's only 22. And I'm sorry, 22 is young. She keeps talking like, I'm an adult. No, I'm sorry. I don't mean this as an insult. You are still developing. You are still figuring out who you are, deciding who you are at 22. And so, young, inexperienced, first relationship, just became a mage. Let's add a bit of fantastical to all that. I know, right, Roz? And then you go into it basically mana poisoning. So, yeah, all of that. Oh, yeah, she also is still in college. She mentioned that earlier. It was a part of the thing. So, yeah, she's got some issues, and I feel very, very bad for her. Which is why I actually like that scene, is because, yeah, that scene felt very written from personal experience. 100%. Yeah, exactly, Kara White Noise. What is the curse of this great power? It's exactly where that comes from. I mean, hell, the city powered by a forgotten child trope comes from making fun of this concept. Anyways, I'm getting way off topic. Point being that I think Melody has a lot of baggage still there. And again, that baggage was probably all written from personal experience. Lord knows a lot of writers, myself included, tend to write ourselves to some extent or another. They're released from ourselves. It's a better way to phrase it. From ourselves into our work. I guess that's all I have to say about that. I don't have anything else to add. It's a good scene. The scene after it was arguably harsher, though. I don't know if you caught that. Allison was actually, for the first time in the entire game, completely cool. Came across exactly as supportive and firm as she needed to. And yet when she tried to broach the topic, Melody just pushed her right away. Now, that's fine within reason. You can't always process everything immediately, right? But here's the thing. And we've actually talked about this in strategy games, because this is true. You can put something on pause for a bit. The key is remembering it's there and coming back to it, right? You leave your eastern flank undefended because you don't have troops for it. You need to remember that that flank is undefended, because eventually someone's going to attack your eastern flank. So Melody pausing and just kind of pushing that out, that makes perfect sense. What happens after this is going to be more interesting. Because, yeah, this is prime material for drama or melodrama or all kinds of things. Act 3. By the way, I looked it up. There are 5 acts. I don't know anything else. There's just 5. That's not true. Several people on Reddit threads said that Act 2 is the longest act. Which, if I'm going to be honest, was a bit of a relief, because Act 2 was a little bit of a slog. The beach. I never thought I'd be so happy to see the beach. Jody, you spend a lot of time on the beach. Oh my god, it's Sticker Star Pangolin! You recognize this part of the coast? I think I do. This is fantastic news. We should be close to home. Okay, enough chit-chat. We're on a time limit here. We gotta warn everyone. Alright. Everyone in chat right now, what is the state of home when we get back there? Hello, Colgrim. Yeah, we were talking about Guild Wars 2 and how... We're supposed to have news about that today. I haven't heard anything. Yes, Lord Haremont. That's another good comparison. Toxic anemones. And the helper jelly. Oh, stupid helper jellies. I hate you so much. Alright. Oh, I like Blade Jamal's answer. How's everything gonna be? Fine. Perfectly fine. Okay, so scrap armor makes makeshift armor for a party member, reducing all damage by 50 points for 4 turns. Oh, it uses all the scrap I've been getting. Oh, that's cool. Scrap cannon does 300 damage. Scrap armor value pack. 3 for the whole party. Nice! Okay, I like that immediately. That is a great trade-off for those items. So, hang on. So the reason I like that is because scrap is trash. It's loot. It's gray loot. And this whole time it said, hey, this might be useful for something at some point in time. And I keep being like, okay, what? What's the benefit of it? But I keep not selling it because I don't know what it's used for. Here's our answer. While we're here, I need to write down some notes. So we've got Chronomancer. Here we go, Alchemist. Okay. Chronomancer, which I really like. And what was the other one we just got? It was the Wave Rider, which I wasn't actually very impressed by at all. So we're going to actually put that down here. Skimmer? Visions of Eternity. Hang on. I want to get on this as quickly as possible. And then, sorry, I know I'm pausing. Hang on, let me get out of this. Let's just do a scrap cannon. Let's see what happens. Technomancer. Really, Colbram? That's interesting. That's funny. You could do something harder than raids to get raid armor. I'm with it still, because I know plenty of people actually prefer strikes to raids. Okay, You're fine, Gum Gum. If you know anything about me, I'm kind of chill. You probably don't know that about because you don't know me, but I am kind of chill. Strikes are easier? Really? Alright, if you say so. Guys, think Colgrim's losing it. Colgrim's completely insane. Alright, 2 new raids. Whoa. Oh, 2 new raid bosses. Never mind. Okay, well, that's still fine. I guess. I mean, I'll never do them, so what do I care? I do wonder how much of the player base does that stuff. Legendary mode. It just gives you legendary armor. Just, there you go, here it is. More than play PvP. Ouch. I would be curious to see the numbers, though. Okay, so now that we're not in combat, let me go ahead and write down my notes very quickly. Hang on, so it's Wave Rider? Hang on, what is this stupid thing? Wave Maker, excuse me. Three new legendary weapons, another legendary wing, and an accessory, and a legendary aqua breather. Why? The entire expansion's underwater. No! Okay, you know, I believe that, Chill Pangolin. New Homestead map? New Homestead map? Okay. Weird, but okay. I ain't heard a question. Yeah, the spread of quality in books continues. Some of them are pretty legit, and then some of them are like, why does this exist? It's okay, this is actually really great practice. I had no idea this would be a thing. This is great practice for reviewing FF5's classes when we get there. Yeah, exactly, Colgrim. I'm very curious how FF5 is going to score, but not as curious as I am everything else. Let's say, let's just do this, and then this, and then this. Pre-order soon! I haven't either, off the deeper end. The only Pixel Remaster I've played is for 1. So, the Wave Maker has a really expensive AoE spell that sucks, a single target spell which does water damage but otherwise sucks, other than the fact that it's a water damage thing. And I don't remember the third ability. It was something not particularly useful, whatever it was. Let's just do this. Fashion template! Oh. Wait, which one, Blade Javal? Oh, the Beast one! Give me a second, because I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm gonna have to double check my notes on some of these. I have already reviewed all the Pixel Remasters soundtracks, on camera even. You know, unironically, that probably was really hard to code. Oh. Okay, so... Inner Beast. So, you've got Sabertooth Chomp, which costs mana, a fairly large chunk of mana, to poison a target. Almost all of the dots aren't really useful, by the way. They just do a pittance of damage. Berserker Barrage, which costs mana and a larger chunk of mana and special points to do 3 random attacks. And Fire Breath, which is free and does a burn on all enemy targets. However, its burn does pittance of damage, so the only real benefit of doing that is for synergies. Stuff that benefits if the enemy is burning. And mathematically speaking, it's more worthwhile to do something else and then do burn, or not even do burn at all, because almost all those synergies don't do enough damage when you have other attacks that do more damage that you could do instead. All in all, almost completely worthless. Oh no, it's the Crustaceous Conjurer. Okay, we've got this, guys. Hang on. We'll take a random guess here. Oh yeah, you can also do the damp status effect with the water thing. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what damp does. I'm guessing it makes you weak to lightning. No, it does make sense thematically, Chopin. I actually agree with that. It's just, mechanically, it's like... I know, Immortal. Me neither, by the way. It wasn't obvious. Like, I never expected it exactly to be good, but... Whew. Here we are. But yeah, if you're going to do that kind of a synergy attack, you need to do something to make it worthwhile. Because a synergy attack is a fancy way of saying, spend 2 attacks to do 1 attack. You might have heard of those because they tend to be called combos in a lot of other games. By people who actually know what they're talking about, unlike me. Let's just do this. Yeah, dual techs, Chrono Trigger. And it's worth noting, not every dual tech in Chrono Trigger was worthwhile. A lot were, but not all of them. There we go. $80 Evo. What's worse, Sticker Star or Other M? Well, since Sticker Star is the 3rd worst game I've ever reviewed, and Other M is, I think, the 6th, I think we know our answer there. Hey, I thought you worked in Amber Woods. What are you doing out here on the beach? I've got multiple part-time jobs. What can I say? My talents are needed in many places. Okay, yeah, great. More importantly, how are things in Greenridge? Everyone okay? Oh, sure, yes. I've been here all day, though. Why? Is there something I should be worried about back in town? Yeah, it might be a good call to stay out here for now. Well, regardless, can I buy anything? This location sucks, so y'all are the first customers all week. Sure. Yeah, Other M's story was worse. To be very clear. God, Other M's story was terrible. Tropical shirt. Yeah, most of Sticker Star's... I actually literally gave negatives to Sticker Star for absence of story, which is rare. I stand by it, though. In a game like that, build like that, designed about that, there needs to be story. There wasn't. Yeah, Mario Brothers 1 didn't get the absence of story negative, because why would it? But Sticker Star... Lol, Bragman. What about you, Colgrim? What's your gut feeling? Yeah, you can't roleplay in a story if there's no story to roll. Genuine snake oil. Alright, more kisses. More kisses. Kisses for the kiss god. Who's really weirdly popular. It's kind of strange. 81 as of now. Yeah. See you around, Evo. Oh, absolutely, Blade Ball. They've been dating, what, 3 months? Something like that. That's actually a good question, Chill Pangolin. I mean, more party members tends to be better than none. Like, action economy is a term for a reason, right? And there's all kinds of stuff related to that. But, yeah, we really do have to focus fire a little bit to be able to pull down any of this crap. Whatever. More kisses. Like, especially when there's a healer in the enemy party who can AoE heal every single turn. So we just have to do an absolutely insane amount of damage every single turn. It's funny, because one of the best features Pokemon has ever added to anything is team battles. Partner battles, and later the triple battles. And then back to the double battles. Yeah, this would be a great time for, like, hey, you've got this new thing that does silence. Oh, cool. I'll use it. Rotation, that's what they called them. There's a lighthouse out here. And a grind spot. Gotta have a grind spot. Actually, I do agree with you, Blade Chaval. I think I mentioned that as an aside, as I was mostly talking about Melody, but that's probably the most legit Allison has been the entire game. And I guess that sounds like an insult, but I really don't mean it as one. Like, she recognized that her girlfriend was going through a freaking panic attack and responded accordingly. A little bit, Czar, yeah. The settings for any RPG Maker game aren't... Ah, yep, makes this weak to lightning. I was right. Actually, yeah, Dakota, that's a valid point. A fictional character that's a positive manifestation of the culture they're from. Yeah, I could probably list like 100. I'm not even sure where to start with that. Oh, hey, here's our warp point. I guess we could start with, like... So there's how we get to Mumford. Okay. There, why can't we get to Greenridge's warp? Oh, Javis must have bluffed it off. It's bad. We need to find another way to Greenridge pronto. Oh, absolutely, Blake Duvall. No, she was legit. I will give it that. That's why I mentioned that was one of the better written types of that scene. Like, I've seen that type of scene before. But yeah, Worf. Unironically. You could also say Martok for basically the same reason. It's me, Lunaruth. I'll watch the thing during my lunch break. It was always me. Is it really Zaitan 3? Oh my god. Is it Bram? Oh god, please tell me it's Bram. Oh, it's the Inquet. Oh. Okay, I know I joke around a lot for presentation's sake. But I gotta be clear, that was my actual real reaction, was just, oh. Okay. Well, that's dumb, is the nicest possible way I can say that. That's pathetic, actually. The Inquest have summoned... Hang on. What's something in Guild Wars 1 we haven't actually done anything with yet? Right? Because you know that's what Guild Wars 2 is. It's apparently just taking the recycling bin of Guild Wars 1 and just throwing it into the game. The Forgotten. There you go. The Inquest are going to summon the Forgotten. That's exactly what it is. Honestly, let's just do another AoE heal. Screw it. And you know what? Let's throw a cannon at them. No, Lunairith. I actually think Janthier did a pretty good job of recycling Guild Wars 1. No, my complaint with Janthier was the second half of the entire campaign. Like, just to summarize, the second half. Hate is too strong, Lunairith, but I wasn't a fan. And I had the thing from Season 2 to help me navigate the Spectral Agony. Which is from Guild Wars 1. Losing out where. Let's do this. You know what? I'm gonna... No, I can't! Alright, whatever. It wasn't actually that gross. That didn't really bother me that much, no. Let's just do another AoE heal. Screw it. That's hilarious, Colcrum. And so Guild Wars 2. Well, you see, Jodie's character is... They clearly want her to be a bimbo type, right? You know, she's supposed to be, like, big, hits hard, you know, super strong. Like, they keep emphasizing that she's super duper strong and she's lovable and nice. Actually, yeah, chill penguin. And, like, she isn't. She just doesn't have enough there. There it is. No pun intended. Not enough meat on the bones yet. Now, maybe they'll do something with Jodie later, but at the moment, she's there. Well, almost there. Greenwich is directly north. Okay, I can wait with that. Yep, and this is the starter area. You started the game here. Oh, yeah. That's my town. I mean, Eldritch is an adjective, Gum Gum, so yeah, I could see that. I don't know, Lunairith. You'll have to ask Fulgrim about that. Oh, no, no, no! Oh my god, we're too late. No, there has to be something we can do. There must be some... It's illusion or something. There. No. No. Well, that's because the whole point of a himbo or a bimbo is that, and again, I keep stressing this, the first character trait of a himbo or a bimbo is that they are lovable, that you like them, right? They're not, and when I say they're stupid, I should clarify that because that's kind of a broad term. They are unintelligent, is a better way to phrase it. They're more closer to zero than they are to positive or negative, right? Laguna, Final Fantasy VIII, total himbo, right? Best character in the entire game, bar none. He also happens to be a bro, but that's unrelated. Like he is probably one of the most archetypal things. And yeah, Homer Simpson, when he was written well, was actually intended to be this. Lovable, not intelligent. Yeah, you get the idea. I don't know what else to add to that. So, Beverly. Where's Beverly? Is she okay? Is she... Oh, there's the monsters. Crap. Boy, are we glad to see you. Right back at you, buddy. You guys hurt? Here, let me patch you up. Thanks. This kind of thing you guys have been dealing with. The whole neighborhood's a madhouse right now. Hey, where's Beverly? Have you seen her? Is she somewhere safe? We've spent the last hour evacuating as many civilians as we can, but we haven't seen Beverly. She's probably still in there. What about Faith? Why isn't she with you? Faith's trying to hold down the tower. Whatever these guys want, that seems to be their main target. Hey, now's not the time of panic. Faith can handle herself, and I'm sure Beverly's fine too. Come on, we're the Paladin Brigade, sworn protectors of everyone in Green Ridge. We're not gonna let some bozos like this hurt anyone, and neither are you. Now we're setting up an evacuation camp on the coast. We could really use your help getting folks to safety. Hold on. If we can find Javis' scrambler and destroy it, everything should go back to normal. We need to cut to the chase and do that. No, there's no telling how long it could take to find. The people stuck here don't have time to spare. Here, take these warp stones. Use these to warp any civilians to find to safety at the evac camp. You guys got this. We'll be in touch. If you want to be adventurers, now's your chance to prove yourselves. Come on, we got work to do. Paladin Brigade, move out. The door's all janked up and we can't get in. Hello? Anyone in there? I guess no one's home? Oh god, it's this song again. Glitch Ridge. I really like this glitch aesthetic. I will try to hurry through this because I know several people don't really care for this song long term. Dark Horse. Do I go with the comic book joke? I don't know which direction to take that. No, Kanye. Sorry. You know the one thing that really made Moonside not a negative? I know that sounds strange. Short. Moonside could have worn out its welcome very quickly. I'm gonna guess fire. Like, Moonside is actually really small for what it is. It's memorable. But the enemies there suck. Wow, that was a lot of attacks. Was that 2 attacks each? Good lord. Okay. So let's heal Claire, because holy crap. You know what, let's put some armor on Claire, because holy crap. Please stop taking so much damage. I know you want to die, Claire. But just work with me here. Okay. Didn't even break a sweat. Claire nearly died! Yeah, but that happens every day. Fair enough. Ah! Couldn't fight the enemy. Tape troopers. Okay. You know what? I can't argue that. She did not sweat. Alright, let's come out swinging. I'm going to assume those are weak to lightning. Because they're kind of electronic-y. Well, you can throw it away, Lunarif, or... let's pop an AoE heal. And then next round. Yeah, so there is a fairly lengthy thing you can do, which I haven't even done, to gain access to basically a vendor who allows you to convert Bloodstone into something useful. I looked at what was required to make that happen and decided that wasn't worth it to me. Like, literally, mathematically, it was not worth the hassle of getting it. So I didn't. Okay, they are weak to lightning. I was right. Woo! Okay, now let's recover our mana. Mostly, in my experience, please correct me if I'm wrong here, Colgrim, the 3 pink resources that you just get a bajillion of are used for making Ascendeds. Which is just, you know, not super useful to me, personally. So hold on. You can do an, you have to do something in the game, and then that gives you the option to buy something. You know, I've heaped scorn upon Bungie ever since Destiny 1, really. It's been a minute. But it's funny how they keep one-upping themselves. If I have to say it, Destiny and Destiny 2 are turbo veto. Hello. Welcome to my new art studio. I'm working on a statue of our leader. Oh, this Queen Vren is a lot more rectangular than I thought she'd be. I just started, asshole. Alright. Could you, like, move? Because I don't really want to... Fine, fine, die. Okay. Alright. No, Malachor, and probably won't. Movie going hasn't been in my wheelhouse for years at this point. Okay, it's weak to fire. I can work with that. Yeah, the harpies are fine. You know what? I noticed that too, Colgrim. Found 2,000 gold. I don't know if now is the time to be digging around the couch cushions. We found 2,000 gold. Holy crap, I stand corrected. Oh, hello, former boss. I can work with that. Seriously, imagine having 2,000 coins in your couch. At that point, like, wouldn't the cushions just be kind of up and lumpy? Oh, excuse me. Alright. High kick. No, I sleep on gems. Dragon, hello. Or robot, depending on your pick. It could also be both. Nah, I should have followed it. Whatever. I mean, sleeping on a pile of women does sound appealing, I'm not gonna lie. That's a lie, that sounds terrible. That would be so uncomfortable. I already have enough trouble sleeping. You can restart and continue playing. Technically, the game's already been patched, Lunarith. Just your copy hasn't been, if that makes sense. Sleep on a pile of cats. Well, there's our boss. I love some good old-fashioned havoc. Oh, hello. Here to look at the new beachfront property options? You're one of Javis's boys. What do you think you're doing to our town? Ah, yes, I remember you now. Apologies. I'm just keeping an eye on the troops. Father has ordered me not to fight you for the time being. I need to reserve my strength for high-level foes, and sorry, that doesn't describe you. Enjoy all the monster attacks and death traps, though. Well, your options there, Lunarith, are bank or bail. Okay, an AoE healer and 2 heavy-hitting... This might suck. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. You can also make a bank character. I technically do have one. Might have 2 in the future because she's already getting full. Let's do fire. And then let's do fire. And then let's taunt, and we'll see how this works. Sure, what's up, Chael Penguin? I am, as ever, your dancing monkey. Yeah, we called them mules back in the day, Lunarith. It was actually really common because banks didn't come around until... I'm not sure when, actually. Like, WoW and Lotro both have banks. But surely someone predates that, right? Absolutely, Savacom. I exist to serve, even when the cat poops on the floor, because apparently he can't find the litter box. When I say the floor, I mean about 5 inches from the litter box. Just... It's okay, at least it wasn't on the carpet. Again. Alright, after this fight, we'll swap it. The main reason I've been doing this setup, valid point, but the main reason I've been doing this setup is, this has pretty much been guaranteeing me full mana. Like, you notice I haven't had to think about my mana since I did this. I can just be like, here, everyone, here's your mana back. See? Boom. But maybe if the battles didn't drag so long, I would need that, so... And I could always just lean on ethers more. I am finally doing well financially for the first time in the entire game. So... Oh my god, just determined to drag this out, aren't you? Alright, so hang on. So let's swap. We'll give you the Mana Saber, I guess. And instead of Mana Saber you, we'll give you the Powerhouse Pin. Let's see how that works out. Who do these punks think they are? This town is my territory. Mom, can I have permission to do one of my special attacks without getting grounded? Oh, for sure. Let her rip, Pip. I think they got it under control in there. Okay. Okay. Let's do this. Let's get our buffs going. Let's get our buffs going. Let's get our buffs going. Actually, no. Let's get our other buffs going. Let's get our buffs going. Congrats, Game Geek. So, my roommate just said, new character idea. A conscientious objector ninja assassin. How does that work? He stops going to war by killing one person. See, I was thinking, like, he doesn't kill, but I was trying to think, like, how he could still accomplish his mission without killing someone. See you around, Mr. Red. Enjoy the paragraph. Enjoy the burrito. Yes, I've burned a hole in reality. Don't think about that too much. The water jug. Yeah, just... Or, like, lock... Or take something, like, right off their belt, and they don't notice it. And they later on approach them and show it to them. Hey, how did you get that? Well, you see... That's true, Sovacom. It's his house, Sovacom. I'm the couch crasher. Yeah, I noticed the carpet inside is the grass. Let's see what Magic Missile does. I was pretty unimpressed with it last time, but you never know. I'm alone right now because he's in Germany. Nope. God, that is such a pathetic attack. That needs to do double the damage it does for the cost it has. I have been told that you are cool if you think about ninjas, period. Could you imagine if they weren't Linerith? Alright, go get your Sky Scale again. Let's just do this. I mean, I'm actually known amongst the people who know me, you know, my family, that I am kind of the person who cleans for everyone else if I have to. So yeah, I don't think he has much to worry about. Oh, Allison's confused. Oh, that's great. Yeah, no, the damage spread is very strange, Chill Pangolin. So let's just save some mana here. Snake? No, not at all. Ditto with Big Boss. None of the requirements are there. Whether he's lovable or not is debatable, but I would argue Snake is not lovable. He's more, you know, in the cool category, if he's anything. Oh, gee, what do I want to eat for lunch? No, damn it. I was screwing around. Damn it. Okay. I also noticed I'm slowly starting to fall behind ever since I took that thing off of Melody. So let's see if we can make some use out of that, shall we? Well, right now we're in a glitched... So, the enemy's goal is to glitch our reality. Well, let me walk that back. Whatever their goal is, the path to that goal is glitching our reality. So every time we do a major enemy dungeon, this is our third of 5. It's a big glitch mess. So the answer to your question is no, unless we're in a plot dungeon. If that makes sense. I don't remember if these were weak to frost or fire. Let's try fire. Let's just see what happens. I feel like it was fire, but we'll find out in a minute. If Claire ever goes... Yep, it was fire. Okay. Let's do an AoE heal. I guess top? Sure, I'll do a top. And then we'll do another AoE fire. Yeah, if you remember Earthbound, Savicom, imagine if every major dungeon, your sanctuaries, was actually like Moonside. Glitchcraft? This is... Huh? This would see better days. I don't know if we should even touch this thing. I mean, hey, this one might be weird, but that's half the fun of Magic. And I'm not going to look at a good gift horse in the mouth. It has a mouth? Well, I will admit, and I'm kind of with Chill Pangolin on this, I think that there's too many enemies. The combat is taking up too much of the time. I know that sounds like a weird thing to say in an RPG where that's the bulk of what you do, but combat lasts a little bit too long, and there's too much of it. There's actually several ways you could fix that. We had a whole discussion at the beginning of this entire stream about trash design, and how there's this gradient of how you could design trash. And this started off over here, but as the game has been going, it's been drifting this way, and it's slowly slogging the game down. I was going to do something. Right, I wanted to see what that glitch book is we just got. Jolt, Lovely Aura, Mystery Beam, and Beam Bonanza. So what? Jolt is 10 MP. Electric attack? Targets one enemy? True, Mook. Mystery Beam, which does random damage to one enemy and may leave them corrupted. Shoots a beam that does random damage to all enemies. May leave them corrupted. Restore a random amount of HP to the whole party. Should combat be mandatory in RPG? Now that is a fascinating question. Because I can think of several RPGs where you could play and basically never engage in combat. And in some cases, literally never engage. However, honestly, I would lean towards yes. If you're going to do an RPG with no combat, what you're doing is a visual novel with stats, which is fine, it's worth noting. And in fact, I even like the idea of a visual novel with stats. We saw a little bit of that back with Colony Ship, a game in which you never have to fight anything, ever. But yeah, exactly what Taqueta said. If you're going to design combat at all, you probably want the combat to be good, right? If the combat is good, you're spending a lot of time on it. You're spending a lot of time on it, you probably want to do something with it. I do agree that alternatives should be an option. A lot of the RPG, so like Planescape Torment, Torment, whatever, the Tides of Numenera, I think it is, and Colony Ship are three games I can think of off the top of my head where you never have to engage in combat. And in some games, like, say, Arcanum, you barely ever have to engage in combat. That's also true of several games like, say, Divinity Original Sin 2 and Baldur's Gate 3. However, even in those three games I just mentioned, the barely ever have to engage in combat still does have combat. It still has core combat, and it has fairly well-designed core combat in at least two of those cases. And they really do want you to be engaging with that, as there's so many ways to do that. And combat doesn't have to mean I attack you, roll the dice. To use a specific example, a not uncommon strategy in DOS 2 is to carry around a barrel filled with fire, or oil, more accurately, excuse me. And then you throw the oil barrel on the person, which does a little bit of damage, and then you light it on fire. That's still combat, right? Or Death Fog. That's just cheating at that point. Especially if you're playing undead. You get my point, though. I do think that you need combat. Undertale has combat. Perfect example. I've heard a lot of people... Sorry, hang on. This song is bugging the crap out of me. Hang on. Okay. So... I've heard several people say that Undertale has no combat at all, and that is actually insane to me. Because Undertale has some of the better combat I've seen of its type. Now, it's a very particular type of combat. But honestly, if you're going the genocide route for combat, you are actually going to see less combat complexity than if you go the spare route. Sparing requires a whole lot of stuff to do. It requires specific interactions on specific enemies and on specific bosses. And the whole time, you're dodging tons of attacks that are coming your way. That's cool. It's actually really innovative. I'm shocked that more people haven't kind of tried to emulate that, or at least successfully emulated that. I don't know what to do here. Just buff her, I guess. And buff yourself, and burn everything to the ground. Yeah, you don't have to kill an Undertale, but you're in combat, and there's a lot of it, too. sorry. Sorry, I just realized that sounds like me calling you out, Evo. I apologize. I know you're kind of sensitive today, too. As a reminder, you're a better game designer than I am, literally and objectively. And you're an awesome person whose opinion is valuable and worthwhile. Don't want to say anything else wise. I came down so hard on that because I have heard other people say that Undertale has no combat. I've actually heard that before. That's a common thing I've heard. And it's just like, guys... Now, to get back to your point, though, so you say Undertale has potentially no combat. What a character is this? Too many games think that combat means killing. I know that sounds like a strange statement, but we've had games for decades at this point in time. We have lots and lots and lots of design, of development, of everything. There's tons and tons and tons of things we can do with combat that does not involve killing, right? And that's actually one of the things I like about how Undertale approaches it. Because you don't have to destroy the enemy to progress. I mean, there's a reason combat bosses exist. Although that's getting into the weeds, admittedly, but you get the general idea. Speaking of combat, honestly, I've had a lot of thought on this because I've looked at this topic many times in my life. And let's try this thing. And it's almost irritating, the sheer quantity of games where the goal is to kill the enemy. Like, bear down everything else. Enemy, you kill. And that's the goal. I just described probably 90% of all video games. That might be on the low end, actually. Disco Elysium, I think, literally has no combat. Do not quote me on that. I don't remember getting into combat, though, in that game. Hell, there's a reason why D&D since 3rd edition has had the rule that if you successfully accomplish an encounter, you get experience from it, right? Just to use another example of that concept. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't call what Harry does combat in Disco Elysium. So at least my place is okay. Make yourselves at home. Oh, thank God a heal spot. I actually really need this. So I think I'm going to officially swap this powerhouse pin back. I think we've kind of tried that enough, and it's not working out. So I'm going to switch back to the Monitor Saver so she can be casting every turn. And I'm going to switch back to her having the powerhouse pin. Yeah, for once, the house isn't messy, relatively speaking. Yeah, the idea of quests giving experience instead of combat giving experience is actually a pretty old one. But I don't know where it comes from. I know it's an older concept. I know it goes back a ways. But it's still kind of rare. I mean, just to use a specific example, when World of Warcraft came out, it was considered wild that you could gain experience from quests in that game. We haven't rescued anyone yet, by the way. As we progress through this dungeon. Whoa! Okay. I wouldn't be surprised, Rex, you know. Yeah, you also keep that experience when you die, which is also kind of new. I mean, it helps that combat was extremely well designed in DOS 2, but I'm kind of with you, Rain30X. Let's just do this. Because I know that's weak to fire. And that's going to be the guy who's going to hit my face in. So let's try Jolt. That's true. We found one of the civilians. So, you want to hear something funny, Colgrim? When we were going through DOS 2 with my co-op group, one of the people in my co-op group actually played Baldur's Gate 3 before DOS 2. Which one do you think they preferred the combat in? I mean, you know the answer to this because of how I prefaced this sentence, but still. Yeah, it's DOS 2. It's DOS 2 because DOS 2 just kind of has really good combat, really good kit, really good encounter design, really good terrain design. It just kind of nailed it. Alright, it's time to hunt down the eel who prefers Baldur's Gate. What do you prefer about it, Mr. If you don't mind trying to enumerate it. Oh man, DOS 3. I have faith. That's all I'm gonna say on that. I got faith. Let's go ahead and heal. And then... Dude, if DOS 3 is even better than both of them... I mean, they flat out said they've moved on from BG3 to working on something else. And I don't know what the something else is, but come on, it's totally DOS 3. You know what? I am actually 100% with you on Fort Joy. Fort Joy is the... Most of DOS 2, especially Act 2, the biggest zone of the game, are the definition of walkthroughitis. It is by far the biggest flaw of that entire game. The main reason my co-op group enjoyed DOS 2 so much was because I was in the group and I played the game like 5 times, so I knew where we were going and what we were doing. The map is not great. There's so much you can do that it's kind of overwhelming. The quest log is garbage, so they kind of rely on you to just kind of roam around or figure it out for yourself or have a guide. It is easily the biggest flaw of that game. And I will agree, Baldur's Gate 3 only came into that once for me, and that was pre-patch. I haven't played Act 3 post-patch. Nope, not you. I want to do you. Glitchcraft is neat and all, but let's get with something useful. Okay. There? Beverly! Oh my god. You poor thing. Oh my god, Claire, what's going on? I was so scared. I tried to get up, there was a monster blocking the door. I'm just glad you're okay. I was so worried. Look at this. Claire, what am I going to do? Look at what they did to my family's restaurant. I don't know what I'll do without this place. Pigley's my whole life. No, Beverly, it's okay. Everything's going to go back to normal soon. We're going to fix this. I'm going to fix this. You mean that? Is that a promise? It's a promise. This one I won't break. God, I'm so sorry about all this. I never ever wanted to be put in harm's way. Beverly, I don't know how to say this, but I care about you. A lot. Huh? Well, I care about you too, Claire. No, I mean... Never mind, we got a lot to talk about later. We need to get you to safety first. Thank you, Claire. And all of you. Hope to see you again soon. Aww. I have to Google something, because I don't remember the Iron Throne encounter. Oh. Yeah, that's actually my favorite encounter. Period, as well. A lot of people point to the, I'm just going to call it what it is, the Raphael fight as the best encounter of the game. And it is a very good one, but no, the Iron Throne is great. It is a true encounter, too. It's not just about the enemies. You're fighting the timer and the terrain as much as you're fighting the bad guys. Yeah, Raphael fight has more presentation than core quality. The throne is just... great encounter. Yeah, no gnome left behind. And didn't take the deal. Just writing something down. Here we go. Let's do... Yeah, you could tell someone sat down and spent a week plus designing the Iron Throne. You can always tell when a developer really polishes something. Just, you know. Yeah, no, that's normal, Brigman. It really is. Fort Joy. What's funny is Fort Joy was designed to be so insanely open-ended. It's actually too open-ended. I've actually talked about this before. If I'm playing D&D, hang on. Sorry, just 1 second. I'm just gonna be brief, but this is killing my ears. If I'm your GM at a D&D game, and I say, all right, you're in a town, and then I just kind of look at you, that's too much. Whether in tabletop, or board, or video, or whatever, regardless of the type of game. This is why I'm so harsh on the concept of guidance. Usually people like to defend games that have no guidance because I don't like something holding my hand. Those people are stupid. Guidance is not having your hand held. That's actually bad guidance or bad tutorialization. No, guidance is, okay, so you're in town. There's a wanted poster you could spot on the wall on the opposite side over there. You think you hear some kind of commotion going on towards the south. There's some smoke coming up in the distance in the forest over to the east. You're pretty sure Bragwin went in that direction. And I could just stop there, right? I could just pause right there and say, that's it. I have given you something to catch your attention. I have given you options. I'm not telling you how to go there. I'm not telling you what to do there. But I'm giving you something to make you think, huh. And again, I hate to keep hitting this particular button, but Metroid games, that is to say really good Metroidvanias, live and breathe guidance. Because it's all about visual design at that point. Something needs to drag your eye. There's no text boxes, or at least there shouldn't be any text boxes in a Metroidvania. There's no, hey, I wonder what that thing is down there. No, there needs to be something about that tile that looks just a little bit different, that drags your eye down to it. And so you go investigate it. And it's like, oh, there's a thing there, right? That's guidance right there. Guidance is when you pop out of a cave and they've specifically placed the cave so you can see there's a path going down a hill, an obvious building in the distance, and a weird forest thing over to your left, but there seems to be some kind of, like, structure to the left. Huh. And immediately, 3 options, just from visual design. Sorry. Okay, back to the game. Yeah, maybe there's a treasure chest on the ledge. Peeking can be good guidance as well. If you have an idea that you're walking on a bridge and you look across the bridge and you see a platform over there and it's got something on it, it's like, huh. And now you're thinking in the back of your mind, how do I get over there? My goal is to get over there. And so as you're navigating the rest of the terrain or the rest of the level, you're thinking always that there's this chest over here. And, oh, hey, I found something which lets me go down over here. And there's a cannon. Boom! And there's the chest. Guidance is probably DOS 2. I call it walkthroughitis, but lack of guidance is probably DOS 2's greatest failing. I love that game to death. I've played it many times. I've played it co-op more than once. It is still a huge issue in that game. Yeah, me too, as Maristar. Whoops. Uh-oh. Error. Error. Sure, great. Oh, did you kill the bot? Did you kill my bot? You killed my bot. It was actually Gum Gum that killed the bot. Holy crap, that was a minute ago. I mean, it helps that the most polished part of Baldur's Gate 3 is the part that was in early access for years. Look at this library. And they got the most feedback on. You really blew it this time, huh, Claire? Oh, screw you. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's be nice to the people we're saving, okay? This is a high-stress situation for all of us. What makes you think this is my fault, huh? Gee, maybe the fact that every other catastrophe since you moved here has been your fault. Oh, well, at least I got a chance to see some monsters up close. Yeah, well, show's over. Get out of here. Was the chair supposed to work with her? It's fine. Don't worry about it. And actually, yeah, sorry, Mook, you are correct. Act 1 was the act they got feedback on. So, pop-ups, huh? So, let me try to relate to what I think you're saying, Evo. Twilight Princess on the original GameCube, which you've played, of course, extensively. And know exactly. So, in Twilight Princess, every single time you pick up a rupee, it says, bloop, you got 5 rupees. Now, it's actually a bug. It is a bug they fixed in later ports of the game. But it really is every time you pick up 5 rupees. Bloop. 5 rupees. Bloop. Hey, look, 5 rupees. Bloop. Bloop. I mean, it's a great game off the deeper end, but that text pop-up just drives me absolutely bonkers. Where haven't I been? You know what? I don't care. Unfortunately, Evo is totally ignoring me now. Sadness. Every type of rupee has that pop-up, Dream Whisperer. All of them. And now these guys are literally blocking the way. Fine, fine. I'll kill you, I guess. Ah! Fine, okay. Fine, fine, fine. Die in a fire. I'd love to know what you mean, though, Evo. I guess I'll get there someday and try it myself. Listen, Savakam. You got 5 rupees. That's more than 4. Let's count them. 1... This game was brought to you by the number M. Can you think of a word that starts with M? That's right. Midna. Isn't it Midna? Shut up. All right. No! The snail. The snail. The snail. Oh, God. Okay, okay, we're okay. We're okay, we're okay, we're okay. Okay. Okay, everything's fine. Everything's fine. I cast salt. And yeah, I have not seen that part. I should probably at least try to steal. Not like I'm hurting for health. $125 gold. I feel betrayed. I've been bro-trade. Bruh. Let me tell you, nothing in my life has ever made me feel old. Except for the one time my 4-year-old at the time, niece, said, in the perfect tone, bruh. I can't even do it. I can't even emulate how perfectly she says it. She used it appropriately, too. We were like, hey, you need to put away your dishes, and she was just like, bruh. Which was immediately followed by, where did you hear that? Okay. I mean, she got it from school, obviously. From you! I learned it from you! Even though I don't actually use that phrase. But somehow... it was always me. Their finest bruh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna get rid of that. Yeah. Yeah, we've all had our weird memes. Oh yeah, this is a healthy looking neighborhood right here. I will admit I have a weakness for a few memes, but the memes that are slightly more complex or have more to them tend to be the ones I enjoy. That makes sense, Chill Pangolin. She's just straight up immune to it because she's the chosen one. I mean, because she has the ability. No, no, no. Blink. There we go. Okay, so I was just thinking, was there ever a point in my life where I was blindly just quoting something from a story or a show or whatever, stupidly, you know, in the manner that I would describe as embarrassing? I came up with one. If you can guess what it is, and you cannot, then I will put $10, no, I'll put $50 towards a game of your choice. One game. Exactly, Bladetable. That is the question. What are you kids still doing here? We're under attack. It's time like these when people need adventuring gear the most. Yeah, we gotta arm everyone. We gotta help fight back. I admire you, Spib. Have you looked outside lately? Your new location ain't exactly gonna get much traffic. Yeah, leave this to the adults, guys. Have you ever wanted to teleport? Boy, have I! Every single day of my life, yes. Well, here's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That should be everyone. Alright. This is different. Howdy! Y'all like poison? What? Sounds a simple question, miss. No, we don't like poison. Why would anyone like poison? Well, that's too bad, because I got you some. Made some poison versions of some of Dad's underlings. You'll probably run into them later. Should we say thank you? Is that what you're expecting here? We don't have time for this. I like how the layout has changed here. Oh, hey. Late as usual, Galetta. Like the new threads? Javis made them for me. Paula, why the hell are you siding with these joiks? Greenwich is your home. Aren't these people your friends? Your friends, maybe. I never really cared about anyone around here. Is that why you decided to turn on us? It was a factor. But I have my reasons. You wouldn't understand. You're right, I wouldn't, because it doesn't make any sense. Paula, 2 days ago we were co-workers. I know we never really got along, but I thought we had kind of a back and forth. We had a banter. Nah, I've always just hated you. Hated the banter, too. You were never as charming as you thought you were. Paula, please look around at what you're doing. It's not too late to reconsider all this. What's there to reconsider? I was offered a spot on the winning team because Javis recognized my natural talents. I'd have to be an idiot to turn him down. If you knew who we were really up against, you'd be second-guessing your loyalties, too. And who exactly are we up against? Yeah, what's the deal with this Queen of Rana you and Javis are working for? I've been asked not to say too much, but don't worry. You'll have a chance to meet our boss real soon. Javis is summoning her below the tower as we speak. And if we have anything to say about it, you don't. Anyway, if you manage to get in the tower, the boys are looking forward to seeing you spring all the traps, and I don't want to ruin their fun. I'll leave you to it. Later, losers. She really knows how to grind my gears. You're telling me. What are we going to do about getting into the tower? That's where Faith and Javis is, but the path is blocked. Good question. Should we reconvene with Province? Maybe think of a plan together? Wait. The basement dungeon! Oh, not this again. No, hear me out. Remember when you found that area in the basement dungeon below the tower? Things haven't gotten too scrambled. That might be our way in. It's worth a shot. Well, let's move. Could be, Bragman. I have no idea, Gum Gum. I mean, I don't even really see that often in fiction, so you've kind of got me at the disadvantage there. So... anyone else want to try and guessing? I'll give you one more shot. I legitimately feel embarrassed even admitting this to you guys. Okay, so Skibbity Toilet is what reminded me of it. So someone also mentioned we all have, each of us had our own, cringe memes, right? Well, so did I. Took me a minute to remember one, though, which is what you're guessing. What was the stupid thing that I would just repeat verbatim, or verbatim, if you prefer. And just, that was like my meme. Titus's laugh. This was before that. Son of a Submariner. Oh, hey, Faith. Yeah, it's not Son of a Submariner. That's actually a real swear that I've kind of adopted. Joe! Good guess. No. Oh, sweetheart, I'm so sorry. I know you must have been worried sick. No, there's no time for that now, dear. I'm just so glad nothing happened to you. Lord knows I needed some good news today. One appropriately long hug later. See, I told you we'd bring back Jolty in one piece. I'll give you a hint. It was 90s, to give you a time frame. I was in... This would have been 94, 95 range. I would have been pretty young. Hammer time. Good guess, actually. Don't assume this means you're off the hook for your little secret lair down here, Missy. But there's plenty of time to lecture you later, provided we're still at Greenridge to go back to after we deal with your little friend here. Yes, that's the spirit. All we have to do is stop Javis and shut down his machine and everything will go back to normal. What are you doing down here, anyway? The ringleader of those interdimensional ruffians found a way into the tower's basement and then disabled the elevator so he wouldn't be followed. Normally, I'd be alerted as soon as he set foot in there, but it seems like the attack in the town was just a diversion, so I wouldn't notice the break-in. Yeah, Javis definitely loves his diversions. Have any idea why I might be targeting the tower? Paula said that Javis is trying to summon their boss, someone named Queen Verena. Yeah, you ever heard of her? Can't say I have. Wait, you say Paula? You mean Paula Cassidy? She's working for these people? We've got catching up to do later. Hold on, I think I know what he's after. You notice the way the tower seems to pulsate with magical energy? Yeah, Faith, I think I noticed that the big tower a block away from my house glows pink at night. Well, it's not just for show. The central obelisk is a giant ancient mana conduit. And if Varana's even half as powerful as they say, he'll need a lot of energy to summon her. Common role in fiction. Precisely. Hold on, if the tower's a big magical generator, how come we don't have the villains going after it all the time? Seems like a pretty useful thing to have. That's not a particularly good one, as far as we know. Its power output is oddly low. Javis has technology that seems to defy our understanding of magic. If he has a way to turbocharge the tower, we're in deep trouble. Look, I shouldn't be letting you in here, but the clock's ticking and we need to find Javis. Follow me. You got it. Alright, everyone give up? Oops. To be clear, I was going to give it to you if you could even guess the show, because it is a show called Earthworm Jim. For whatever reason, I could not stop quoting Earthworm Jim. Queen, pulsating, bloated. Queen, pulsating, bloated, swestering, malform. I'm missing an adjective, slug for a butt. Among other things. I once actually called a friend of mine that. It's worth noting she was in on it. Like she was aware of the show and also liked the show, so she was laughing about it. And an adult heard me and was like, "How dare Claire?" I told you, no one was ever going to guess that. Claire, isn't running a generator in enclosed space extremely dangerous? Don't worry, it runs on arcane energy, no fumes. Environmentally friendly, but I did keep it next to a body of water in case it caught fire, just to be safe. How did you not burn my house down in the process of building this madhouse? I guess I should thank you for letting a generator instead of blowing a fuse, though. Guess we probably shouldn't leave it right now. Kill the lights. There was an optional boss! I always knew. Nice shell bra. I like it. Okay, so let's do this. I'm gonna guess you're weak to lightning. And being punched in the face. It's a vibe I'm getting. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we were supposed to fight this in the first dungeon. Or both, Savicom. Yeah, this is we're way higher level than this thing. Oh my god, Bregman. Yeah, crunch. Okay, what do you think you're doing in my secret hideout? You can talk? Your secret hideout? This is connected to my dungeon. Wait, dungeon? Are you like bad guys? I tried telling her the dungeon thing wasn't a good look. Can we not get into this right now? Excuse me, how is a mermaid surviving in this little pond? Are you okay? Do you need help getting back to the ocean or something? Oh no, I'm fine. This water's way deeper than it looks. There's a whole underwater cave network down there leading back out to the ocean. I just found this cool little cave with the solstice lights and I thought it was a nice place to chill. Which it was until you guys barged in and beat me up. Again, I was here first. Also, you attacked us. Oh, yeah, sorry about that. See, this is all just a simple misunderstanding. Yeah, sorry for beating you up. Yeah, no hard feelings. Name's Kaya, by the way. Well, we were kind of in the middle of something, Kaya. But I guess you can keep the generator and do whatever you want here. Didn't want to lug it back to the surface anyway. Thanks. Here, it's not much, but it's something to repay the favor. Mermaid wand. Thanks so much. See you around? Peace. That's probably extraordinarily out of date at this point. What do you want to bet? Yeah, look at that. That is 13 less magic power than my current one. Nope, wrong button. So it's probably up here. Yep, there it is. Grotto Mermaid. Kaya is a water elemental, colloquially known as a mermaid. You only fought her due to a misunderstanding, but we'll log her here anyway. This is a fearsome foe for the time, with decent stats and the ability to cast Bubble. She lacks any major weaknesses, but damaging her tail first reduces her offensive capabilities. Yeah, I've had this in the back of my mind ever since we accidentally didn't do it last time. So when we came back down here, I was like, I gotta go see what was up there. I figured it would be nothing. Because, you know, that was in Chapter 1, and this is in Chapter 3. Excuse me, Act 3. Oh well. Segue into lunch. Oh no, wait, now!